Good morning. Oh, my goodness. That's kind of loud. Can you turn it down a bit, please? Or do I have to do that? Hello? Is that better? Okay. Good morning, everyone, and a warm welcome to the November joint meeting of the Design Review Board and the Historic Preservation Board. We're so happy to see you, and we look forward to working very successfully with everyone today. We are facing unprecedented times here in Miami Beach, as sometimes conflicting issues involving historic preservation and denser urban development arise between the HPB's work and the new onslaught of demolitions of pre-1942 homes, which is being brought before the DRB. Historic preservationists and the development community must work together and in harmony from now on to ensure that the future of our city is bright for all current and future residents, historic preservationists, and developers alike. The HPB and the DRB should not be in the position of potential conflict in our decision-making. Every stakeholder in our processes wants fair and equitable solutions to our ever-increasing issues relating to the preservation of our historic past and the introduction of new vital design projects for our sustainable future. Neither board wants to be burdened with projects that are in a no-win situation for the historic preservation or the development communities. As the HPB has dealt with its own issues over these many years, I am sure that the DRB would also like to deal with issues relating to its prime charter, the design of new construction projects throughout Miami Beach. Historically, I have heard that the DRB has always performed its duties in an excellent and professional manner. I have been made aware and now believe that the DRB does not like the situation that it finds itself in at present, having much of its time taken up with the demolition of historic single-family houses. We need to remember that for several years around 2000, there was a single-family residence review board, which dealt with many of the issues that the DRB now finds itself saddled with every month, which takes away from its prime interest of ruling on new design in the city. Section 142-108, Provisions for the Demolition of Single-Family Homes Located Outside of Historic Districts, D, says total demolition procedures for a pre-1942 home. Number 3 states that the DRB shall not have the authority to deny a request for demolition. Is the crux of the problem for both the DRB and the HPB. This problem is compounded by the fact that the same regulation states that, quote, the DRB shall explore with the property owner reasonable alternatives to demolition, such as, but not limited to, reducing the cost of the renovations, minimizing the impact of meeting flood elevation requirements, and designating the property as an historic structure or site, but not limited to those, end quotes. Clearly, this paragraph was written in such a way that creates problems in our modern-day environment. The criteria of pre-1942 homes must be brought up to date to follow the National Park Service guidelines of a sliding 50-year scale, i.e. currently pre-1972 homes, as a guideline in all regulatory paragraphs. It is time that we both move administratively to rewrite this section of the code to move the issues of pre-1972 single-family homes demolition to either the HPB, a newly created entity to deal with this subject, or another more effective way to deal with this issue. We should take a fresh, renewed look at Carl Gable's Article 3, Development Review, Paragraph G, regarding no demolition permit can be issued without review by the historic preservation official. The details of Paragraph G would go a long way to ensure that every single-family home would at least have professional review before further action would be taken. As new construction should be the purview of the DRB members who have the expertise to deal with these issues, the decision on what should be done with pre-1972 homes should be given to the HPB or another purposeful body which has expertise in this area. In Chapter 118.64 of the City Code, the HPB is given the authority to introduce legislation to the city to make these changes. We want to move ahead to have our attorney introduce such legislation to make these proposals and send them to the Planning Board and the City Commission. The DRB and the HPB should support the proposal for 1, the creation of a demolition fee, And 2, add additional incentives to encourage the retention of homes, including unit size and rooftop activation. Starting in 2021, the HPB and DRB should form a committee to select members to propose legislation to make all these sorely needed updates to the code a reality. Both the members of the DRB and the HPB should support these proposed changes to be brought before the Planning Board City Commissioners to allow both the HPB and the DRB to concentrate on their own areas of expertise and help allow the city to operate more efficiently and sustainably. I would hope that today will be the beginning of a new chapter of cooperation and forward thinking for both the HPB and the DRB. Working together, we can make these changes happen and make both of our tasks more effective and contributory. Thank you, board members, for your attention. At this time, I would like to ask both Chairman Bodner, DRB's historic source, and Ms. Giller Nelson, DRB's new member with a fresh outlook, to start our dialogue. In order to get this joint effort commenced today and facilitate this dialogue, I will not be allowing public comment at this meeting today, as this portion of our November meeting is a working meeting for board members only. If the public has germane comments, please contact Debbie Tackett in the weeks to come leading up to the December meeting, at which time we will receive hopefully positive feedback from the public. Again, thank you for all your attention and giving your valuable time to assist in the refocusing of our important joint efforts. Chairman Bodner, Ms. Giller Nelson, your comments to start us off, please, and thank you very much.
I'll jump in. I'm Jim Bodner, and this is a great moment. I have to say, to bring the two of us together. I have my involvement in the board for the last 5 years. Happened 5 years ago, and because we do feel very awkward in our meetings where we review incredibly beautiful historic buildings and have no control over their destiny, other than to ultimately recommend they be torn down. Any suggestions how this could work better would be welcomed. And I don't think it's necessarily our role to decide this. I do feel strongly that the historic preservation community probably has a much better insight into how these things should be addressed. We can only talk about what would go in there to replace historic buildings, and by its nature is problematic, of course, because in many cases what replaces them is never up to par with what's being taken away. So again, thank you for setting this meeting up, and we'll be open to any recommendations you want to make.
Thank you very much. Ms. Giller Nelson, do you have something you can add?
I think I have probably at this point more questions than answers. I'm looking, I think that I was excited that this joint meeting was proposed and that these issues are finally being, officially addressed and talked about after so many informal conversations I've had with neighbors, colleagues, at our meetings, et cetera, because I think that so many people in the community that I engage with who have stakeholders in various different aspects of the community, so many of them are just so distraught by this onslaught of demolition. So I'm eager to see, what you're envisioning. I think that this is a great start. I had some questions too. I missed the commission meeting where this was also addressed bigger. It seems like what's being proposed is moving the historic demolitions to the HPB, but then I'm also, I want there to be a lot of teeth on this, and I just want to make sure that this really solves the issue, and I think it brings up a larger question too of, will this be effective in stopping the demolitions, just moving it from one board to another, or is there something that needs to happen legislatively to create different districts or to adopt, throughout the community. And I'm not quite sure what the commissioners thought about, but those are my concerns. I just want to make sure that what we're doing really is going to have an effect, and it's not just going to switch the burden from one board to another.
Right. I'm sure we're all in the same boat here. That's why we're starting this process. Debbie?
Mr. Chair, I can address Ms. Giller Nelson's questions. So you are correct. On September 17th, the City Commission did refer a discussion item regarding single-family homes to the Land Use and Sustainability Committee. However, that discussion, which was regarding preservation options, was amended by the Land Use Committee and by the Commission during the referral to remove any discussion of involuntary designation of single-family homes. So that's what was part of the referral, and then it was discussed at the Land Use Committee on October 19th. During that discussion, the Land Use Committee did endorse the idea of the joint meeting, so we're very happy that we were able to organize that. However, they also requested input from the joint board on two specific items. Number one would be the creation of a demolition fee. And the second item they requested feedback from is the creation of additional incentives to encourage the retention of architecturally significant single-family homes, including possible unit size and rooftop activation incentives. So at a minimum today, I think we would like to get the joint board's feedback on those two topics. And of course, anything else that you would like to make a recommendation on, we will transmit that to the appropriate body.
Thank you very much, Debbie, for that
You're welcome.
insightful explanation. Since we're all in the same boat and we all have probably the same questions, perhaps let's just throw it open to the board members, and if you have some comments or ideas, this is the time. I envision this, even though I won't be here in another 2 months, as something that's ongoing for the future for the next chairman to continue this, hopefully, and not just shelve it. So this will be an ongoing body of change to help us all with our work. So without further ado, please chime in at will. Who wants to go first?
Actually,
Barry?
Sarah, go ahead.
Sarah?
well, I will say this, that in terms of incentives, when people come to us and they want justification for tearing down these historic homes, the argument is always sea level rise. So if I think that, an incentive to put forward is something maybe offsetting the cost of raising a seawall, even raising the homes, I think that those two things should be thought of.
Barry?
I'll comment. I'll jump in here.
Oh, sure.
Again, Jim Butner. Every time one of these projects come up, I'm startled by the fact that I didn't know they even existed. So I wonder if there would be a way to compile a list of homes that we think should be saved, if lack of a better word, that a historic preservation community could compile and put them on this list, saying that when these homes be an issue, there are going to be incentives offered, there's going to be controversy, it kind of targets, if you will, private homeowners in a funny way, but at least it wouldn't just be a random call, which is what we're having today or now for each project that comes up that had previously not been identified as being historic.
Good point.
Well,
May I speak?
we have discussed, as the previous gentleman just said, about if there was a database, a survey of historic structures. It was something I brought up, I think, a few months ago, that maybe the city could partner with a university or some organization to create a historic survey of existing Miami Beach single-family homes, if not all, at least of a certain year. I endorse increased legislation to direct these buildings, these applications, to either HPB or another board. I'm all in favor of providing incentives for people, and when the lady at the other end mentioned raising buildings, there was a building that came through here 5-6 months ago on 26th Street, I think, in Collins, a two-story apartment building. I think the building was raised. And so it shows it can be done. So I'm in favor of that. I had also mentioned a couple months ago that I would urge the DRB, if they are allowing a demo of a historic home, that they require documenting the structure, at least. I mean, I don't know how well. I don't think the city has great documentation for the buildings, and if people are coming and altering a building of a certain area, 20%, 25% of the original area of the house, that I think it should be, the structure should be documented. As well, if the structure is being demoed, I would urge the DRB to require that applicant to document the house to HAB standards. And in my previous recommendation, I had given a date, but I would just amend that to be 50 years so that it's ongoing, anything older than 50 years.
Good idea. That's what the federal government does.
Right, and that just kind of makes sense.
I'd like to interject here because there is an answer to something that a DRB member and an HPB member have just brought up, and I will take exception to my own rule and ask Daniel to explain the survey that they are undertaking, which will be very helpful, possibly to Chairman Bodner's suggestion. And that's all we're going to vary, because otherwise this will run away.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the HPB and DRB. Apparently, for the members of the public that don't know, this is the first joint meeting since the 1990s. We all know the 1990s was a good time for design and economic resilience in our city, and so maybe we're going to be bringing back some of that excitement now. So as far as the survey, MDPL has undertaken a survey of all pre-1942 waterfront homes in the city. We are just wrapping that up, and we will be happy to share that with you all and members of the public, because we think it would be a helpful resource for people to know, like I think Jim said, that a lot of times people don't even know the history of these buildings. So this will be an important, point of information going forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Daniel.
Hope that that this could grow to include 1942 or 50-year-old buildings, single family, that are not just waterfront.
Yes. And that's a good point. The reason we started with waterfront was because those are the most at risk currently, with the higher incentives to demolish than to preserve, particularly unit size allowances for the newer homes. It's just almost impossible to compete with waterfront. Thank you.
Who would like to go next? Laura.
May I speak?
I'm sorry. Who? Hi. Sure. Hi.
This is Scott.
Hi, Scott.
Hi, Jack. Thank you for doing this. Just for those of you who don't know, I actually reached out to Jack when he showed up at one of our DRB meetings, and then watched an HPB meeting and him lamenting this process. So thank you all for making this happen. Historic preservation has always been really important to me, and it's interesting that we're often criticized for being on this board and being responsible for these demolitions that we really hate seeing. I want to just stress that property rights are extremely important to me, and I do not in any way, shape, or form want to take away people's property rights. Some general comments. I'm generally, at this point, with sea level rise and everything else that's happening, against designating additional historic districts. I think, I think some of them might not be as great as they're intended to be, as far as we're saving things that don't necessarily need to be saved or should be saved. I think we need to really, I said this to Jack and I've said it to Daniel over the years. I really don't understand. I'm so glad they finally doing this survey, but I want to look at what our most important, historically significant, architecturally significant structures are in this city, prioritize them, and do what we can to save them. I think again, we don't want to get to this end game where we're doing a demolition and suddenly we're trying to beg property owners, who are, by the way, oftentimes in this kind of market, they're flippers. They're knocking these beauties down to build spec homes that they're flipping for gazillions of dollars. So I would also like to say I'm very much in favor of a demolition fee when we do knock down a pre-1942 or whatever we decide, and having that money go towards future preservation and incentives to save other homes. We're watching these people, they're spending a fortune on property. They're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on architects and attorneys, and they're spending really nothing other than a small demolition fee to demolish these things. And I think that is definitely a source that would not be a burden on people that are spending all this kind of money to knock these down. So that's just a few comments that I have.
Thank you, Scott, for your insightful comments. They certainly are valuable. Who would like to go next? Laura.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for organizing this. I think it's such a complex issue, and my perspective is always that historic preservation holistically fits in positively with resiliency and sustainability. For me, I really see this more as a sustainability issue. The concept of embodied energy has been around academically, really since the 1960s. And I think if the city of Miami Beach is truly serious about becoming a leader in resiliency and in sustainable practices of development, this is really a concept that should move forward. I totally echo the comments of the previous speaker. I think property rights are extremely, it's someone's personal home. Yes, there are spec developers, but a lot of these older homes are owned by, families who have kept these historic homes for generations. And my main question is, yes, I do think a demo impact fee is something that has, again, academically been spoken about. I don't know if there are any real life city examples. That would be great to understand if that is a feasible solution and how it's worked in other instances. But if there is, what are those fees being used for? I know that the city had a lead requirement for certain buildings over a certain size. I don't know exactly where that stands. I would love data on if there were penalties for developers who did not meet that criteria, what that sustainability metric was, and how those funds were deployed, if any. Because I think, it's really important in this legislation, potential legislation, that there are data points and there are, feasible ways to ensure that the money that is, these so-called burdens is being used to benefit the wider community. So that's really my main concern, but I'm so in favor of this in the wider perspective of how historic development, resiliency can all positively work together. I think there are many examples of these homes, grand homes, that have done a good job of doing resilient adaptation, whether that's typically raising their structure. But I definitely think I'm a data person, and having more data on how that could be effective and efficient would be my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Who wants to go next?
I have a few comments I can make. Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, and I echo pretty much all the sentiments of both my fellow DRB and HPB members here in attendance and virtually. For me, this is a really delicate balancing act. I'm an architect, so I'm always pro development and pro an active development community, but I think we have to be very measured and careful in the incentives and or penalties and fees that we decide to establish. Because I think if neither board or any of the boards actually does not have the legal right to say no to a demolition, then all the incentives or penalties and fees that could be incurred by a possible person that buys a property, this may not affect them at all. Like, they're spending, we've been seeing houses that are, literally 25,000 square feet now regularly come in front of us. So, a demolition fee of, I'm sure the fee that we charge for demolition will fluctuate depending on the size of the property, but, when you're building a 25,000 square foot home, how much of a demo fee can we actually incur? $100,000? Okay, well, that's just chump change for the cost that someone's going to pay to build this home. So, and then I think if you end up putting too many penalties or too many incentives, then what does that actually do for, and we're talking about this, but the value of the property to the owner of the property, right? So I think as a collective, to the collective boards, we want to be really measured about how much we push in that direction in order to create the preservation that we want here. Because this is going to be hopefully a fundamental shift, I think, in the way our city from now into the future gets developed, how our development happens in the private single-family home sector. And, obviously you can make a very broad blanket statement that these homes in these areas now are, they're protected, and if someone wants to come in and develop here, they can add on, and the city will offer incentives to raise the home and all of these things. This might be a great way to do this, but it is a fundamental shift, I think, in the way the city approaches all of these projects, and I think we have to be really thoughtful about how we put that out there, because I think it will affect values of properties, it will affect how things happen, and maybe that's a good thing. I think we're here because we're not happy with the way it's happening right now. So I think I'm glad that we're doing this. I do sense that we're going to need a lot of kind of meetings and seeing a lot of different language about how this all gets fleshed out. But I think that we have to work together on this to find the best solution for current property owners, for the city of Miami Beach and the residents, and future residents, because that's, without a future, we're stuck. So,
thank you, Nancy.
Okay. I think part of the discussion that I'm hearing has to be described in a more effective way in order to come to a conclusion. I hear people kind of beating around the bush about what we're doing or what we should be doing. Preservation is a subject on its own and has to be treated as on its own. And that includes the DRB. DRB was created because of historic preservation. It wasn't created to see how much money people can sell their properties with, or they can't sell it because they don't know how. This is about historic preservation, and I think we should stick to that as the subject. The way things go now, I was astounded when I heard that the DRB could just say that a building could be demolished without any thought of what the building is, why it's there, has it done for the community. I just don't understand how that was put together as such. And I don't blame the people who are on it now. You've been going for how many years with the same we can't demolish historic homes. For how many years? 10, 12, at least. And I don't think that that's the way it has to be. I think historic preservation should have the same properties that will determine what a historic property is. And the people who are on the boards should be well trained and knowledgeable about what historic preservation is all about, or what demolition of historic preservation, historic buildings is all about. I can think of other things that go on in this community that don't have any thought whatsoever what historic preservation has done for this city. If historic preservation had not been brought to this community, we would have lost all the houses. There would be probably there'd be no one-story houses at least, probably not 2 or 3, and there'd be no respect. So just looking at the history of what happened when Barbara Capitman marched in here and everybody laughed and said, "What? Historic houses? We don't need historic houses. We need buildings. We need more towers." I can never stop saying how awful it is that we keep creating towers. So I would like to see a good share of weight in both organizations, the HP board and the DRB, to find a way that each one can present the best way for them to operate. We've been operating for a long time, much longer than the DRB board has been. So we sort of know more about it. And we've had the opportunity to have people who are informed. We have people on the board who are, well, I guess you do too, people on the board who are dedicated to one of the issues that are created within the DRB board. But I think we need to be sure that we add people to the board who, number one, appreciate historic buildings. There's no hiding behind it. You need historic buildings to be here forever. We are lucky that we have the ability to do that. Many states, I'm sure, don't even have the word historic, let alone DRB. What is DRB? So there's a lot to be done, but it should be done with both boards working together and making sure that we have people who appreciate historic buildings, appreciate the fact that they don't have to demolish. I don't believe in us marching in and telling a homeowner that sorry, we're going to demolish your house because it's in the way. Not that, but all of the rest of it. Qualified people should be on there, and there should be a real division between the two boards that can come together when necessary. So I'm through blabbering, but I just have to make it. I am so annoyed by the fact that the people are still overlooking what made this city great and will forever keep the building great. The building of the buildings, the historic buildings. And maybe if we as a group acknowledge it all the time and make sure that it's done and not have to second guess what's coming down the pike. And let's all think of people who could come on this board who appreciate historic buildings and want to make a difference, and not just have anybody who decides they want to be on a board. Here I am with no experience, with nothing. So it's a lot to do, but I think we can do it. We have a lot of devoted people. We even fight sometimes. Some are too devoted, and we have arguments, but we always come together and do the right thing on the HP board. So I think we need to show the way for the DRB to sort of have that same knowledge to do it.
Thank you.
Do you mind if I jump in here,
Sure.
Chairman? I'm going to try to defend the DRB, even though there are people and previous speaker feels that we're the blame.
You
The fact is, the
misunderstood
DRB
that.
does not have.
That is
No, I'm
not
sorry,
what I said.
I'm sorry.
I think you're misquoting me. I don't.
No, I'm going to make the point. I hope you can
That
pause for a moment so that I can speak. I'm going to make the point that the DRB does not have the responsibility nor the mission to preserve buildings. That is not our role.
then you don't belong.
Mr. Chairman, could you clarify that?
Yes, that's correct. It is correct, according to the law.
Yeah, we know.
Thank you.
That is the key issue here. that's the overriding issue.
And if you would like, the Historic Preservation Board would like to have us take over the responsibility of preserving these buildings, we'd be love to do that. And even to imply that there's not knowledgeable people about historic preservation on the Design Review Board is also false. There are people on this board who fight every meeting at every time a project.
I'm a witness. I'm a witness to that. It's
Okay,
true.
thank you.
That's absolutely true. Okay, Kirk.
So I just have a lot of thoughts I want to put out there, but first and foremost, thank you so much for organizing this meeting, and it's such a pleasure to get to meet all of our counterparts on the DRB and to have this conversation. Just a few points in no particular order, but I feel like, you know, the discussion of property rights, and I come from a neighborhood that during the time I owned my property, went from being, you know, an area that was not protected, not recognized, and then became a part of the National Register, and then, you know, through a lot of work on the part of the community. It was a long, arduous process, and I was a property owner for 20 years to see that area become a local historic district. And this is all in the middle of the discussion of sea level rise. And so, you know, I got to participate in and have a lot of these discussions firsthand. And I want to say that as part of this process, even though that was a multifamily district and we're talking about single family homes, a lot of the discussion around sea level rise was about trying to create incentives because we all recognized the value of what we had. And I do want to say, you know, fast forward, I don't know how long it's been since this process has progressed. I'm still looking to see if what the discussion we had at that time, if it's working, right, if these incentives are being used. But I think it's where we need to go as a city. When we talk about property rights, you know, I sort of perk up because it's such a buzz phrase, property rights. And at the same time, in Miami Beach, you know, I think so many of the individuals that were attracted to Miami Beach and moved here because of the character. So as a property owner, I'm interested in protecting the value of my property. At the same time, as a member of this community and also as a property owner, I'm interested in maintaining the character and allure of my neighborhood. So I think that's the balance here is because, you know, if you destroy the neighborhood, you're not maintaining your property value either. And I think it's not an easy question. It's not an easy task. I think we all sincerely mean well in trying to make progress. I want to say that the discussion of, as a starting place, a demolition fee balanced with possibly creating a fund to incentivize and help to cover or contribute to the cost of elevating a significant home. I think it's a great start. I think it's, a great balance where you're sort of taking a little, giving a little, and maybe, you're able to build something there. I've just been taking notes on what everyone's been saying, and, I think there's sort of three areas, right? There's the creating an inventory, which I think is partially in the works, but costs money and a lot of labor and effort to do that, and nobody knows where those funds and resources are coming from. I know our staff is very limited. There's incentives and there's protections. I will say for the record that the DRB does not have the power to deny demolition, I think is nuts. And I'm going to say that as a North Beacher who served on the steering committee for the North Beach Master Plan, on which not, again, single-family home, but the North Beach pylon was specifically referenced to be protected, not the entire site, but that one structure, and the fact that there has to be a community uprising, a serious community uprising. I know you all were buried in emails, to be able to save that little structure. The system is flawed. It's flawed that I think that the DRB doesn't have the power to say this tiny little minuscule-sized structure on the perimeter of the property that we can't just say no, build around it, make it look nice. I think that's wrong. I think that hopefully can be addressed somewhere. And the other point I want to bring up, because we talk about qualified individuals, and from what I've heard, I haven't had the pleasure of going to a DRB meeting or the need in a while, thankfully, for my own neighborhood, to try to protect something. But I know in our own situation, as a board, the HPB, when a structure comes before us that is not a contributing structure, even we do not get a historic resources report. And so for lack of that, it's very easy to overlook, again, for lack of a community uprising. And the community doesn't have the resources to uprise every time that, a significant property is going down. So I think that's another component that maybe should be included, is that there should at least be some sort of if you're setting the bar in pre-1942, although as a North Beacher, I say that our history goes much later than 1942 for sure. But I feel like there should be at least a footnote if there's a structure that has, our staff are experts. Maybe I do not want to put more stress on our staff, but I think, it would be nice if something that is significant for a certain reason that a person on the board may not be familiar with unless it were called out. I think there should be a process whereby something historically significant should be called out to the board. Don't think we should be relying on every board member to have that expertise to be like, oh, that's Depression era, and that was built by, such and so, or such and so lived there. They shouldn't have to know that to be on the board, and they don't know that about every structure. So I think this is a great foot forward. I hope we're able to. I think it seems like a good discussion, right? It seems like maybe this time, we'll make some progress. And sorry for just putting a lot of fragments out there, but I think it's a great start. And thank you all so much for coming.
Thank you, Kirk. Who would like to? Max. Sorry.
I want to say something to Kirk, because this whole thing started with my absolute frustration over the process of the pylon up there in North Beach. And we were going through this song and dance. We did deny the demolition of it, but we only denied the demolition of it because they did not have a structure to replace it. And so even staff told us flat out, you can deny it only because there's a structure not replacing it. And so I think the public thinks that structure is saved. It's not saved. It's temporarily not being demolished because they didn't have something to replace it with. And so, this is exactly the situation we keep getting in over and over and over. the public is coming to us thinking that that they saved this one. They did not save it, Kirk. And I mean, it's disappointing to me particularly. I thought it was an enormous waste of time that they now think they've saved it, and they have not. They only happened because they did not have a replacement structure, and they were threatening. I think the attorney Neeson was, very upset about it, and saying that we didn't have the right to deny it, but staff again supported us, saying because they didn't have a replacement, we could deny it. But if they had a replacement, it would be a different ballgame. So I really think that's the crux of what we're dealing with.
Thank you. Who else would like to go? Max?
I'll echo the thanks to Debbie and to others who have pulled this together. I think this has been a good discussion. Considering what's already been thrown out there, I'll just throw some fragments, to steal Kirk's word, for some thoughts or maybe nuance that hasn't been discussed so far. For the points about the two items from that we were asked to consider with the demolition fee and the incentives for retention, I'm also a conceptually yes on these. I think that it's the setting a meaningful amount or scale for those two sides is going to be science, perhaps a little bit of art mixed in to make sure that they drive the outcomes that we're looking for. Specifically on the fee side, and maybe it's somewhere in between penalties and incentives, but introducing a fee, I think it behoove us to think about waivers based on certain criteria, so that, again, it's driving toward the right outcomes that we need. When we've been talking about the at-risk homes, before a certain period, whether it's 42 or else, we're talking a lot about architectural significance, but just want to put out there too, in considering cultural significance as a factor that might be at play for these homes, that we consider their history or value to the community, that there could be a non-architectural component that I think falls within Historic Preservation Board's purview. Something that we can consider as part of our criteria for analysis. We're talking about survey or other historic resources analysis. I would also be in favor of a sliding time frame, not having to revisit legislatively or rulemaking any time that, it's 1942, 43, it doesn't seem to really make sense. The arrow of time is moving. We should be moving with it in a way that's rational. Going back to, what is the fee for and what would it fund? I think it would be natural for funding incentives for retention and preservation, even if it's not in the same district that we're talking about, so that we can prioritize the rehabilitation, restoration of buildings where there's a gap in the market value and the cultural value, where we want to see people be able to preserve these homes. And then wading into a couple of the areas where I'm sure it'll be fun to talk about, the sea level rise vulnerability component. I've probably said before, but I'll keep beating the drum that I'm uncomfortable when sea level rise vulnerability is raised as an opposition or a reason against historic preservation. I think that's an argument of convenience that sells ourselves short in terms of creativity and solutions. And we have the sea level rise and resiliency review criteria that we consider in the applications that have come before this board. So those need not be odds at each other, but at the same time, not saying we can just pretend it's not happening. I think it's going to force some uncomfortable prioritization decisions. And I think what we're talking about is due diligence and review and documentation. But I don't think we're saying, at least, that there will never be a home that gets demolished. It might be the answer in some cases based on rigorous analysis. When we're talking about the single-family home surveys, I'll bring up, I think I've also made a recommendation. We should also have a sea level rise vulnerability assessment as part of that review. I think it would be a missed opportunity not to have that be part of the analysis, and there might be an expertise question that it's not necessarily the architectural experts that are going out in the field that can say, what's going on with, especially when you get away from the waterfront homes, if you really need to consider, what's happening hydrologically on the site. But I think that's something that we can also solve for with getting the right expertise, especially partnering with academic institutions. And just to dip my toe in the property rights piece too, I'm sure I'll be very happy at myself for bringing this up, but I have empathy for, there's nothing more personal than your home and what that means for people, and the sensitivity that comes from the idea that boards or any entity is telling you what you can or can't do. I think we also need to recognize we live in a community. Navigating historic preservation and delivering high-quality architecture are conditions of participating in the real estate economy in the city of Miami Beach. We have our values, so that's just part of the game here. But going back to what we're trying to accomplish, I think that we can get to a situation that gives us more of what we want than what we have today, with that balancing of fees and incentives. I don't think we're going to hammer out what those amounts are today, or maybe we can. I don't want to sell ourselves short either, but at least getting toward a conceptual direction on it. I'm at least hearing some alignment on where we're going with that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Max. Anyone? Rick. Last but not least.
Good morning. Sorry I was late and missed the beginning of the conversation. But I'm so happy to have this opportunity to get together and talk about this, because it's certainly important to everybody here. I walked in just as Barry was talking about HAB's documentation, which I'm a big fan of, and I think that part of the where the fees should go is to documentation, at a neighborhood scale and for individual buildings, and I think that it would help to demystify, the question of what needs to be preserved and what doesn't, which would help the development community to know what they're getting into before they jump into a potential project. I think it's also an opportunity to further empower our Historic Preservation Office and staff. Every preservation office I've ever encountered has been understaffed and overworked, and I think Miami Beach, is a leader in so many ways and could continue to be a leader for preservation in our region. By further empowering and the budget of our staff here. I think that it would go a long way to offering guidance to the broader community if we can be in front of the problem rather than chasing the problem as each one pops up. I wanted to also mention, it's come up recently, the value of waterfront properties, because we often talk about the value of historic properties to the street front. And when we have waterfront properties, we have to be conscious of the fact that's a public frontage too, and it's crucial that we take that into consideration when we're considering the potential demolition of properties on the waterfront. And finally, I think that I've been so happy since the time I've been on this board to see so many success stories of the balance between preservation and development, and I think it's really cool and inspiring to see that, for us here in this city and beyond. We engage with people in the region, in the Bahamas, in the Caribbean, who are trying to get on their feet in terms of preserving their patrimony, and we often point to places like Key West, Charleston, Miami Beach, and say you can do both. You can continue to grow and thrive while protecting that which you have. But if there's one thing that I would take away with is the value of documentation in this case, and I would hope that we can do more of that.
Thank you, Rick. Any of our DRB friends? Two of them.
I'll just add really, really quick, and I have to be gone in about a half an hour, but I will say that I know it's going to take time, but I would strongly urge us to try to make some changes as swiftly as we can. I think it's really important if the message is that the city of Miami Beach is going to be making some changes to single-family historic home development sites. I think that message should get out there because, as you all know, every month our board sees 20 to 30 potential pre-1942 demolition homes, and 99% of them get demolished, and a new home gets on it. So every month that goes by, that's happening. And I don't know if it's going to slow down. It may stay constant, may go down a little bit, but we've been doing 2 meetings a month, and it's been overwhelming, and everything is, getting bigger and more changes. Not only, in the bigger scheme, we're seeing a lot of changes fundamentally in just the way the neighborhoods are laid out. So just like the lots, we're seeing a lot of lot unity of titles. So where there's 3 homes, now there's 2 homes, or maybe there's 1 home that's on 3 lots. So you are seeing a complete change in the fabric of most of the properties in Miami Beach, whether it's on the Venetians, Sunsets, Star Island, Hibiscus. There's a complete change in the fabric. So if you want that to stop or slow or something, we need to do something about it, I think.
Hear, hear. Nancy, can you ask?
I would like to ask you. Okay. How many people do you have on your board? Like us, 7? And do all 7 have the same feeling about historic preservation and losing buildings? I know you for a while, and I know how you feel, but how about the rest of the board? Are they agreeable? Because we can work very fast together.
I think you'll get, we're every time, this happens mostly every application. So yes, we always try to pay tribute to the existing home. It's very sad to, it's sort of like the death of an old home, especially if it's significant, right? Not all the old homes don't need to be saved, but there are ones that are beautiful and amazing, and we hear Daniel come up and do a whole tribute to the home, and various applicants and people from the public. We do require many times that there is documentation so that we can give that back to the city, that there is even a plaque put in front of the home. But we just, we don't necessarily want to see a city full of plaques, like here's what was here.
A cemetery.
Right? So, yes, So I think as our chair said, you heard Jim on the screen, we don't have the power to prevent the demolition, but we do have the power to really make sure that what we're getting in place of that home is the best possibly designed home that we can have for this city, so that in 100 years when that comes up to be reviewed for historic preservation, that it's worthy of being something on here on the beach. So that's what we take very seriously, for sure. We spend a lot of time. We spend a lot of continuances to make, because the homes are big. They're getting really big, and they have a big effect. So I know, I'll speak for myself, I take the job really seriously as an architect and as a Miami Beach resident for many, many years, and I know Sarah doesn't, and all the board members do, from whatever our backgrounds are. I think, and the reason why we're here is because we feel that this conflict and this pain that we deal with every time, because it comes up, and the first line of the staff report is, this application is for the demolition of a pre-1942 home and the construction of a new home on a lot. And
I asked you because I see only 2 of you here. 1 person left.
And 2 on the Zoom.
And 2 on the screen. That was Scott and Jim was our chair.
Okay, so because I know our board, we're together. We have a couple of kinks, but we really move, and we move quickly when it's important.
I think it's the same for us, too.
I think that this issue is probably the most important thing that we should have on our agendas. The other things will come in place quickly when they see. But I'm just concerned about whether your board is going to mix with our board, or if we're going to just go in a circle.
Thank you, Nancy. I think that
Right, she's-
time is approaching that we need to move on. But I just wanted to say
She wanted to
a
talk.
few. Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, Sarah. Sorry.
Thanks. So I agree. Let me ask a question too for the HPVB. Do you have? Can you deny? I don't know. How does it work? Can you deny a demolition, or does that not even come to it? You have the power to do that.
Yes.
Okay. That was.
If a home is designated, or a building's designated contributing, they need a 5/7 vote of this board to demolish.
So I would, in general, to sort of my takeaway, I would definitely be in support of having the HPB take over the historic homes that come to us. I also like the idea that historic becomes a moving target, not just a definitive 1942. And I've already started to see some mid-century homes gone that we haven't even seen at the DRB. So I think that that's an important change to make immediately. I'm all for doing it quickly. I do want to make sure, so this board can contribute the sort of historic expertise, but because I've been on the board for almost 2 years, and what we see are why people are asking for them. Why are they coming in and destroying these historic homes? And a lot of it is market forces. And I think that is something that we can, if we switch this over, explain, okay, this is what you're going to be up against, and this is what the people are going to be saying, and this is what they're going to be claiming. And I think that all of us, or most of us in this room, are very pro-preservation. And we can preach all we want, oh yes, this is, this should be, that everyone should appreciate it, but the people that are asking for these demolitions, they don't appreciate it. And that is a hurdle that we do have to get over. I would say in terms of, I like all of the incentives and the demo fee. I would also suggest, and I think what also needs to happen if we need to create a culture of being pro-preservation. They've done that so well with Art Deco, starting to do that a little bit with MIMO, but it's only when we have homeowners and landowners that recognize that these are important historic properties in the way that the rest of us appreciate that, because a lot, Miami Beach, it's so transient, and people come in and they look at the community and they say, oh, this is so beautiful, this is so lovely, I want to live here, but I want my really big bathroom, and I want my giant walk-in closet, and there's all of these things that, historic homes don't have. We don't have the big open windows and the large expanses of glass, and this is the style that people want now, and I agree there has to be some sort of balance. And I just want to, make you aware, this is what we're up against, and maybe some of those fees for the demolition can go towards more of a PR effort, a marketing effort of saying, okay, this is why these historic homes are beautiful, and this is why you should want to buy a historic home and keep a historic home. I think a lot about Coral Gables. And yeah, there's a lot of restrictions, but it is so beautiful there, and that's why people want to live there. And Coral Gables, I know they do it in Palm Beach too. It's these sort of statutes that we should look at when figuring out, okay, how are we going to make preservation financially attractive? Because unless the market forces are there, then you're just going to be seeing all of these demo permits over and over and over again, and you're going to create, even more contention. I think that as a transition, if we're making a very, very bold statement here by saying, okay, all of these homes are now under the purview of the HPB that can deny demolition. And I question too, does the effect that we have here, this then has to be approved by the land use committee and, the elected and the mayor. And, I want to make sure that our efforts are just not going to be overturned by people in positions of power greater than ours. So I think that we have to be smart about it. We have to be strategic about it. We have to recognize that, we're talking amongst peers and like-minded individuals, and that it's not just about, I wish it could just be about the beauty of these homes and about preservation, but I don't think that that's how we're going to be able to sell it to everybody else outside of this room. I know that, yeah, so that's my thing. And I do think that, sustainability, sustainability is the buzzword, and people aren't coming to Miami Beach and paying millions of dollars for a property with the intent that in 15 years it's going to be flooded over. And that is the problem with a lot of these historic homes, that they're very, very low, or the seawall is low, or whatever it is. And I agree. I think that, it needs to be, creative reuse, and there has to be a really interesting common ground, and we can lead the way with that. But this is just so you're aware, this is the reality of what's going on now, of what's being brought to us. That's something that we can certainly contribute and to think about as we make or consider proposing these really important fundamental changes to how our city is going to look.
Brilliant comment. Thank you. That was the best speech I've heard in 6 years here.
Jack.
Nancy's going to have the last. She's our senior member. And we're going to have the last comment, and then we need to move on. And I just need to speak to Nick before we move on, because he's been flooded over the past 2 hours with ideas, I'm sure. Nancy.
Now, I would just like to say, and maybe ask Debbie to help us, this has been absolutely outstanding to listen to everybody. There's such potential. How can we capture this? And do we need to have a committee with both on the side? What do we need to do to continue? I don't want to go home today and we don't hear from you until 2 years from now.
It's a great question, and I think we are kind of wrapping the discussion up. So what we're asking for from the administration side today is some recommendations that we can report back to the Land Use Committee. So that would need to be in the form of a motion. It would take the majority for the joint board to make a recommendation, the majority of the HPB members present, as well as a majority of the 4 DRB members present. So I think if we could, if someone wants to take a stab at a motion, we could do a series of recommendations. If it's probably easier to maybe take one item at a time. I heard a lot of things today in terms of switching jurisdiction, the demolition fee, the potentially exploring additional incentives, documentation requirements. So you could take them individually, those topics, and someone can make a motion. You can be as specific or as general as you would like to be, and we will report back. To a lot of the board's comments about, well, what is the money going to be used for? How much is it going to be? Those are extremely important questions. That is something that if we are directed to, that we would start that research process, and we could report back to you. But at this point, we're just trying to get recommendations from the joint board so that we can transmit that to the elected officials, who can then give policy direction to the planning department to do further in-depth research on any of the topics that you are interested in.
So sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to jump in here and offer something else and put it on the table real quickly. The DRB is tasked now with reviewing all buildings prior to a certain date, and that date could be a movable date, and I would recommend that. But if we review a project and find that a majority of that board, the DRB, feels that it should be reviewed by the Historic Preservation Board, we could release a motion I would put forward. Again, keeping the procedure 42 or whatever the date will be sliding forward. And if we review that project and find it to be one that we feel the Historic Preservation Board should review, and if they review it and feel that, oh yes, it can't be saved, there are reasons why it shouldn't be saved, then it would pass it back to the DRB. What should go in its place? That would just be adding one step in the process, in which the DRB would pass the project onward to the Historic Preservation Board, and they would deem whether or not to save the building or not, and then be passed back to the DRB. The DRB actually, I would say without a questionable doubt, that every member on it is pro-preservation. We just haven't had the responsibility or the permission to preserve buildings, but the Preservation Board does. And I think that is where the decision should be made.
May I interject something? Because I have a lot of emotions in my head, but I would prefer that if we had this sliding scale of, I'd say, 50 years, that if a building is going to be renovated more than 50% of its area or demoed, that it be referred to HPB first, as opposed to an applicant waiting 2 or 3 months to get to HPB, only to learn, oh, I got to get on to DRB. Oh, now they're referring me back to HPB. I have to wait 2 or 3 months to get on HPB. They approve my demo, and then I got to wait 2 or 3 months to get back to DRB, or we make the decision there. But we did just put a fair chunk of a burden on somebody. So I would recommend that projects that are 50 years or older start here, as opposed to start there and get reverted back. It just seems more efficient. And whether the whole process is done here or it gets reverted back, and maybe the city can create a more efficient process that, as an applicant, because they're pre-19 whatever, 50 years old, they're going to HPB at the same time they're setting their agenda spot for their new design. That can be held for them in some manner. Possibly the city could create some efficiencies there for someone, as opposed to burden.
The only downside to that, sorry to jump in here again, the only downside to that is that every pre-50-year-old building would get deferred to you. And not all, in fact, maybe not even the majority of pre-50-year-old buildings should be held up and saved or preserved. Now, I may be jumping to a conclusion here, but there almost needs to be a neutral party that decides which ones go to you and which ones don't need to go to you or shouldn't go to you, because there could be a kind of slippery slope where more and more buildings are being preserved that maybe hadn't been preserved in the past that didn't need to be preserved. Or, you know what I'm trying to say is that there's a subjectivity.
Right.
That's
a good job for Debbie.
The city doesn't do administrative variance, as I understand, and historically everything has come to boards. So, I mean, we do have staff that says,
and if staff had more staff, they could do it more efficiently.
Mr. Chairman.
Sir, did you want to say that if the staff had more staff, then before it comes to the HP board, it can go to the staff for a preliminary review, and then be funneled this way if necessary.
As a traffic cop.
Yeah.
Well, I just have a procedural question. Sorry, I want to ask a procedural.
I believe Coral Gables has an architectural review person on staff that is a historian and understands what's significant and what's not, and they review it before it goes to a board. I think that would save a lot of what.
Yeah, that is consistent with the
Coral Gables. That is a very good idea. Can we put some of these?
Yeah, we need a motion.
Okay. Tried to make one.
Debbie, if I could ask a question, if a project is referred to us, whether it's by the DRB or by staff, then this board would have the power the usual power, because you're not talking about a contributing structure, right?
Well, this board has authority over non-contributing structures, but currently the board only has jurisdiction over historically designated properties. So, in terms of your current authority as Historic Preservation Board, it has to be historically designated. One of your roles is also to initiate the historic designation process. Could your authority be amended to allow for the review of properties outside of historic designation? I don't know. I know the city attorney probably doesn't have an answer for you today either. We would have to do some research to figure out if that is allowable. But if you wanted to make a motion to have us look into whether or not that would be legal to expand the Historic Preservation's Board authority to have binding decision-making over non-historically designated properties, I think that's something we would have to look into.
I do have some thoughts on that. I think
Sure you do.
there's I've listened and taken notes. This whole discussion, I think it's been a really interesting discussion. We have an existing legal framework that I think can operate to do what a lot of you are saying. The legislative intent that supports the Historic Preservation Board's review, your heightened scrutiny that you have over applications that are in your jurisdiction, your authority to review applications for demolition. The legislative purpose for that is the historic significance of the architecture of the properties that come before you, of the properties in the districts that you have jurisdiction over. So if you feel that that there's a property, and I'm saying you the HPB or you the DRB, feel that there's a property that may meet the criteria for designation, that framework exists, and we've seen it as recently as the North Beach bandshell, where the board identified a property that the board believed would meet the criteria. Staff did an objective evaluation under the objective criteria in our code, recommended designation of the bandshell, and the board held a public hearing and voted to transmit the designation to the City Commission. So you have a framework. So I don't know that I would recommend expanding the HPB's authority over properties that don't meet that objective criteria. I think what I would recommend is if there are properties that either board feels do meet the objective criteria for designation, that, as you have done in the past, that you make a motion on...
But how would we ever know? The HPB members would never know what's being brought up to the DRB for demolition. We don't get lists of those properties.
No, that's not necessarily what I'm saying. I think if, say, there's consensus on either board, right, as to a particular property, that the property may meet the criteria, then that board can make a motion recommending that the property be evaluated for designation. The other form that this could take is, a few of you mentioned earlier, and I know Daniel mentioned, a survey of buildings that are eligible for designation. And if there are, on an individual case-by-case basis, properties that would meet the criteria, I think, designation is well within the HPB and the City Commission's authority. But I guess the point of what I'm trying to say is that what supports your heightened scrutiny, you being the HPB now, of applications, for contributing buildings, of applications for individually designated historic sites, even applications for non-contributing buildings in historic districts, what supports that heightened scrutiny is the historic significance of the architecture, and there's objective criteria for that. It's not a subjective, we think it should be historically designated just because. We have criteria in the code, and that's what staff uses for its analysis of whether the criteria for designation is met. So I offer those comments as sort of to help guide the discussion, because I think there is a framework to do a lot of what you're saying. Some of the other things would require legislative changes, like a demolition fee, incentives for retention and preservation. But for some of it, you have an existing framework.
But that framework, it moves like frozen molasses. I made that motion to designate the North Beach bandshell, and it took a year and a half.
That's exactly.
So, I'm looking for efficiencies.
Right.
That's why I would prefer that the applications come here first, and the city work out some pathways of efficiency that we either review from the beginning to end, where it gets back to DRB, but there's a slot held for them to get back.
We're going to lose many wonderful houses whether they are single-family houses or whether they're, and we're going to lose them because of exactly what you said about how to go about it. I would estimate 3 years from now, we'll do the first house. We've got to do something that's going to be efficient to look at least to start with one thing that we can show what we're doing and how we're doing it. But to sit around and wait for all, I couldn't even follow everything that you were trying to tell us, but I think we need something a lot bigger and a lot better. I'd like to see something done. I guess, can I make a motion?
Sure. Please do.
I would like.
Can the staff just, when the applications come in, route it to either the HPB or the DRB? I mean, maybe I don't understand also.
I mean, that would require an amendment to our ordinances in terms of the review process. But it sounds like that is similar to the City of Coral Gables model, where any building that's older than 50 years of age that applies for a demolition permit is reviewed by the historic preservation official and then potentially transmitted to their historic preservation board.
I think that would be the fastest way that we could at least begin something. And I'm sure, knowing all of us at the table here, we can certainly fit the pieces as we go. But to just leave now with the most important discussion that we've had, and I've been here since the beginning, this is the most important thing I have heard discussed in years.
So can you make the motion, Nancy?
Make a motion Debbie's got to put it in.
What we're going to make, Nancy, your motion is for the city to explore the adoption of a demolition ordinance similar to the City of Coral Gables, where the buildings that are 50 years of age or older, when they apply for a demolition permit, they are then reviewed by the historic preservation official, and at that point they're determined whether or not they satisfy the criteria to be presented to the board for possible historic designation.
I think
to the HPB board.
Correct. Mm-hmm. Okay, so that is your motion. Do we have a second?
A second.
Okay.
Yes.
So does that mean that an applicant who wants to alter a house or demo a house, that it then gets reviewed to decide if the house is going to get designated, and they go through that time period, and then they'd have to then come back to a board to say, this is my plan of what I want to ultimately do?
So it would be, the Coral Gables model is for total demolition, so it wouldn't be for alterations to existing homes. And it would be, the designation would go to this board first, and the board would determine whether or not it wanted to proceed with the historic designation process. Then the applicant could, during that process, bring a project to this board. Once that process has been initiated and there's zoning in progress, whether or not that whole year and a half or however long it may take has been completed, it would still allow the property owner to submit an application to this board prior to a potential adoption of the designation.
Certainly a stronger disincentive than a demo fee.
Are the DRB members, are you supportive?
It is, but remember, there is an active discussion at Land Use Committee, and the Land Use Committee's item was not to consider, the Land Use Committee is not going to be considering involuntary designation. They are potentially going to be considering the demolition fee and additional incentives. So you're more than welcome to make any recommendation to any entity in the city that you would like. But I think multiple recommendations may also be helpful because the title was clear when it was referred to land use that they would not be considering the involuntary designation.
Okay.
So, but we do have a motion.
Oh,
Ms. Liebman did in a second.
Somebody second.
Kirk seconded that motion. So if there's, do you have a question, Ms.?
I did. To be heard by the Historic Preservation Board, does something has to be designated as historic? Is that how it works?
Currently, yes.
So if it's outside of a historic district, that's what you were saying, Nick, that it would need, that only, right now, the HPV can only review homes that are designated historic, that are outside historic districts.
Or within a historic district.
Right.
It has to be historically designated.
So either
currently.
individually designated sites or any properties that are within historic districts.
So that, you know, in terms of speed, that's what is going to slow stuff down, because then it's the process of, and it seems like the land use board is going to deny involuntary calling something historic.
I don't know if the item that's currently pending discussion does not include involuntary designation. So their discussion, they're talking about other things, right? The referral specifically said that this item is being referred with the caveat that the land use committee, that's not one of the items that they're talking about. That's in the title of their discussion item, in fact.
May I jump in again? It's Jim Bodner.
Sure.
If there is not an involuntary process, there is no process here.
Well, let me just shed some light on the.
Let me just finish the other half of this thought. Only the projects that are going to be presented according to the other model is buildings to be demolished. Buildings to be altered would still go to the DRB unless this group commits to the 50% rule, which was mentioned earlier. If the DRB receives a project for remodeling or alteration, they then would still have the right to say whether or not that alteration would meet their historic criteria for that building. Correct? From a design point of view.
Nick, is that correct?
I'm not sure that I understood the question. So for the motion that's on the table is similar to the City of Coral Gables ordinance, which is for applications for total demolition only.
Right. That's right.
So what happens when it's not total demolition?
If it's not total demolition and it's not historically designated, then it would be subject to the design review procedures, which could include attending, submitting an application to the design review board, or being reviewed administratively. We do have flexibility administratively for non-historically designated properties that are proposing to substantially retain and restore an existing pre-1942 architecturally significant home and add on to it. That is one of the incentives that I outlined some of them in your memo. That is one of the incentives. So you don't necessarily even need to go through design review board if you're substantially retaining a significant pre-1965. Actually, you can take advantage if you're built prior to 1965.
And the Coral Gables model works the same way, that it would be referred by a building official who evaluates it to be significant, and then it would go through.
Not a building official. It would be, the Coral Gables ordinance is someone who owns a home submits an application for total demolition to the building department. That is then routed to the city's historical resources director, and then he or she would make a determination whether or not they believe that particular property met the minimum qualifications for historic designation. If that was determined to be the case, they would then present that to the city's Historic Preservation Board for the purpose of the board deciding whether or not it should be historically designated.
Got it.
Yes, and as far as I know, it works very well. And I think it's worth trying to start a beginning of something, because it's a known factor. It's not like we're making up the issue. We're using a known factor that is successful in Coral Gables.
So we do have a motion and a second. Does anyone have any additional questions?
Is there a definition of total demolition?
it's obvious. That's
Is
all.
it? No, I don't know that it's obvious.
Total definition
I
is-
don't know.
I don't believe we have one in the land development regulations. I'm not sure if the building code has
I think
one.
total is total. I think if there
Total is
were,
total.
Thank you.
yeah, I think
Right.
if you wanted to consider, significant demolition, that's maybe needs to be defined, but total is total.
Okay. I just don't want to see a wall and.
I
Okay,
was,
so if they leave one column,
just-
then it doesn't apply.
I don't know if we've ever had a situation similar
well,
to that.
what that ends up happening is that, to avoid that, everything but one wall, and you see these buildings that have one historic looking wall and then all this other stuff behind it.
I mean, if that's a concern, you could ask the maker of the motion to modify to say substantial, which would be 50% or more of the original home. Because, again, a lot of these older homes have later additions that were built, much later and could be reviewed and approved to be removed.
Could it not be substantially altered in the evaluation of the historic preservation officer? I mean, wouldn't they be able to make that determination that the significant architectural features are being destroyed?
That's part of the review now to determine whether or not something goes to the design review board. Correct. If, the removal of any significant historical features that are visible is part of the review criteria now. It doesn't go to you, it goes to the design review board if the applicant is exceeding those thresholds.
I would ask the maker of the motion to alter it to be substantial demolition, which would be 50% of the structure or more, as opposed to total, because if you had 95%, it's not total. I mean, there are buildings going on right now where there's one on Lagos Island where all you have is the shell and the slab. And, it's a total demolition except, 3 exterior walls were left in the slab.
And you're saying that you'd rather see 50% of the building remain?
No, that would be the
I'm
threshold.
saying that would be the threshold to, as opposed to total, I would bring it down to 50% or more.
I would be happy
I
to
just
try
want to be
that.
clear, though.
I can see that it's
Mr. Bodner?
harmful.
I think that was Mr. Diffenderfer.
We are
Scott.
my big concern with all this now, are we moving towards involuntary designation?
No,
And that,
no, Scott, we're
are-
not.
Under the Miami-Dade County, in case the board is not aware, under the Miami-Dade County Historic Preservation Ordinance, local municipal historic preservation ordinances cannot require, and I can read it to you, it's a violation of the minimum standards of the Miami-Dade County Historic Preservation Ordinance to exempt an otherwise historic property from historic regulation or designation on the basis that the owner did not consent to the regulation or designation. So I think that may be a little
Correct,
bit of a...
and the city's historic
stretch.
preservation ordinance does comply with that.
Right.
His owner consent is not required.
Right. But I think it is the law.
Okay.
I second.
So,
Can we wrap this motion up? We did.
All right,
How do
so
vote?
we need to vote. I think let's do in person. We can do voice vote. In person, all those in favor?
Aye.
aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so that's unanimous in person. And on Zoom, Mr. Bodner
Aye.
and Mr. Diffenderfer?
yes.
Okay, so that was unanimous recommendation, and we will transmit that recommendation. Thank you very much. Do we have any other?
I want to make a motion on the demolition fee.
Okay.
I'm not sure what the parameters would be because I don't think 1942 really covers all significant structures. And based on, I think, the input that has been shared, to either look at applying those fees towards making historically significant structures resilient, and or historic documentation. I mean, my preference is to actually save structures, not document, but I want to reflect the consensus, I think, on that. Am I accurately stating that?
I would, as a friendly amendment, because you're talking about where the demolition fee should be applied. Are you trying to define that?
Right. What's the threshold?
And I was just going to add, too, that money could also be used for, sort of marketing to promote appreciation of the style, however, whatever that means. Like a marketing and awareness campaign.
Okay.
And to support additional staff if possible.
I want to just make an announcement, but I want to see, are we finished? Because the announcement...
Well, I mean, I was trying to make a motion. I'm just trying to figure out in the recommendation how specific we want to be in terms of who the demolition fee would apply to what structures. We're talking about single-family home structures. Pre-1965, is that what we're talking
50
about?
years. Sliding scale, 50 years. That we have to make a motion about that too, because the city's 1942.
Sure, we can do a separate motion for that.
Okay, so for this motion, it would be 50 years or older to explore a demolition fee that would be reasonable and substantial. I don't know. I mean, I think we have to figure out where the threshold is.
Yeah, that's something that would come later. That would take a lot.
And where the funds could be applied, but ideally to be applied towards marketing historic homes, towards making the retention of existing homes viable, and to making them resilient as well, in addition to documenting our historic inventory of homes. Does that work for everyone?
I think you have to decide the real purpose of this demo fee. Is it punitive? Is it to stop? Is it to disincentivize people to demo a building, or is it to raise funds to do other things?
I don't think funds should be added as an important part of it.
And I think it's a valid question. I mean, and I'm not saying I'm not for a fee, but when we have a $40 million, when someone buys a property for $40 million for a single-family house, and they're going to demo a house and build a new one, how do you define?
I mean, I would say it's both. I mean, to create an incentive, you have to disincentivize. It's sort of like if I retain my contributing building, so I have incentives. If I demolish it, I don't.
I think the amount.
We're going to put a percentage.
I think the amount of the fee needs to be determined later, because this whole issue was brought up by a combination of MDPL suggestion of a developer and a real estate attorney to try to help us. So therefore, I think that the amount should be left blank and the exact purposes be left blank, but the principle be in the motion. And we need to have a committee of Nick and you and maybe members from both our boards to determine the details with somehow in the immediate future. I don't think we're going to decide. We shouldn't be doing that here. We should be talking about specific ideas and generalities of where we should be going.
But that's enough to move the discussion, right?
Yeah.
For now, if I could say.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in person, raise your hand if it's a yes. Say yes.
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 Okay, I see that's unanimous. Mr. Diffenderfer on Zoom?
Yes.
Mr. Bodnar?
Yes.
Okay, that's also a unanimous recommendation. Thank you. I heard Chair Finglas, you wanted to make a separate motion about the sliding scale.
Yeah.
Because you're the chair,
I think it's time that for uniformity's sake, and so everyone knows what we're talking about always, that if the 50-year sliding scale is suffices for the federal government in most states other than and areas other than Miami Beach, that we should conform and use a sliding scale 50 years, because that is what just about everyone else uses
And
to judge.
that would be for that architecturally significant portion that now goes to DRB. DRB, the only pre-42, when pre-42 comes up, that means that's a threshold where something would have to go to the design review board. I know you've made that separate recommendation about the Coral Gables ordinance, but this is a separate motion, so we're basically replacing the pre-42 with a 50-year age or older.
Sliding scale.
Okay, so that is the motion that you have, Jack. Does anyone?
I'll second.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor in person? Okay, that's unanimous. Mr. Diffendefer? Okay, I think that. Yes. Okay, Mr. Bodnar?
Yes.
Okay, that is another unanimous recommendation. This has been highly productive. Are there any other board members present that would wish to make an additional
I'm just
motion?
wondering, could we just make a recommendation that the commission or whoever makes this decision, because we made the recommendation slightly different than this, but we're offering ideas here, that the legislation or charter, however it's termed, is altered to allow any house 50 years or older that's going to be substantially demolished come before HPB. So it doesn't have to be in a district, and it doesn't have to be designated. It's just there. If your structure is 50 years or older and you're going to perform substantial demolition, you're going to alter this house more than 50%, you need to come to HPB.
And to that, I would just offer that that I think that following an evaluation of whether the property meets the criteria for designation, because otherwise the board doesn't have.
Then let me alter the motion that if you're an applicant with a home that's 50 years or older, and you come to the city of Miami Beach, staff decides if this structure, staff has criteria to decide if this structure needs to come to HPB. And HPB then has the authorization to look at this house and review this house, whether the house is in a district or designated.
You've added a third layer to this.
I don't think I did.
Well,
I'm actually trying to avert a third layer, and I'm trying to, if things are going to happen, let them happen. If things are not going to happen, they don't. I'm trying to authorize this board to do more. Otherwise, go back to the joint DRB HPB.
No, that doesn't make any sense.
Well, but I think the motion,
motion,
you can correct me if I'm wrong, is to expand the Historic Preservation Board's authority to include the review of modifications or demolition to homes that are not historically designated.
Correct.
When they're identified as potentially eligible for historic designation by the planning department, they can be brought to the board, and the board could actually review the project without historically designating.
Right. So the house that just got torn down on 57th or 58th and North Bay would have come here, as opposed to DRB, and it's gone.
Well, it seems to me that people who have done
And I don't mean to slight DRB. You didn't have.
This has nothing to do with. It has to do with the perception that it's the same thing as almost tearing down a house. You don't let them tear down a house because you don't want the house to be torn down. That's what you're leading to, as far as I can see.
I don't think so.
Well, I think so. So let Debbie figure out.
Well, we have a motion Is there a second to Mr. Klein's motion?
Could you restate the motion, please?
Yeah, any house that is 50 years or older and the applicant wants to do substantial demolition, alter more than 50% of the house, comes to the city, and the city historic resource officer decides, does that house warrant going to HPB? And the city alter our rights to review such structures that are not in a district.
I'll second that.
Oh, not in a district.
Not in a district, so that we review all.
That makes sense.
Okay, that
I'm
makes sense.
trying to give us more teeth than less.
And I believe we had a second?
Yes.
Jason?
Oh,
no.
Mr. Lopez, thank
You have
you.
3 seconds.
Okay, all those in favor in person?
Aye.
Okay, that's unanimous. On Zoom, Mr. Bodnar?
Yay.
Mr. Diffenderfer?
Yes.
Okay, so that was unanimously approved to make that recommendation.
I've got 1/3. I mean, I don't know which of these are going to take, but it seems to me, I mean, it seems worth exploring. For instance, if you had a significant feature of a significant structure that was going before the DRB, whether it was by a supermajority or otherwise, that the DRB should have the power to deny certain components of demolition. I don't know what the process would be to move that forward, but it seems ridiculous that they don't have the power. If they're looking at a project holistically, that they wouldn't have the power to even save a significant feature seems ridiculous to me.
They can't.
Right, and I think we
think
should
that's
ask that
ridiculous.
that
I
be
would second
addressed.
that. That's
Okay,
ridiculous.
so that's a motion to expand the Design Review Board's authority to deny demolition in certain instances.
That's good.
And that was seconded by Mr. Klein. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Diffenderfer? Yes, that's a yes?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Bodnar?
I want to add a little amendment to this.
Okay.
Which is that I think it has to be a supermajority. That is 5 out of 7 versus 4 out of 7.
I'm okay
it's
with
very,
that.
And it's very clear that we believe this should go on. If they're 2 dissenting, or depending upon the quorum, it has to actually be very clear that this should go on to the Historic Review Board.
Okay.
And
I'm okay with that.
okay. And with that amendment, Mr. Bodnar, is your vote a yes?
Yay.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Motion passes. We'll make that recommendation.
Okay, can I add something that has
Absolutely.
nothing to do with this?
Sure.
But it does. On the 17th of this month, next Monday, MDPL has produced wait, I didn't get my head together on what I want to say, but the idea is that it is called the Art of Architecture, and it's very related to what we've been talking about, how the art and architecture should be the way that people think about historic preservation. And it's kind of a way to back up that we don't continue to have the tall towers all over the city, that people and architects can really do the work to make our city, which is filled with preservation, to make sure that the architecture is going to continue to match what it started with and hopefully will continue with. So this Monday, we're having from 6 to 8, there's a forum. It's going to be at the Marseille Hotel free of commission, of no admission, and it will feature David Berg. He is the gentleman who, and I'm going to blank on the
It's the ESME, but it's the Clay Hotel, the Espanola Way project.
You'll see what happened to the Clay Hotel that went down very far down, and how it's been brought back. And it was not with big demolition, not with any of that. And it's a very interesting project, and maybe it'll spark over the years that things that are good don't have to be tall towers. And the next one is on the 13th of December, and it's going to be Alan Schulman is going to talk about the same, and he'll show things that he has built in the same way, where it satisfied the city. It didn't satisfy the sky.
Thank you, Nancy. We need to get back to, so we can close this out. One
meeting
last
is over,
word here.
I just want to add, and I've been beating this horse for months, so before the horse dies, I would like to add a motion that any building that does end up getting approval, any building 50 years or older that does get approval for substantial demolition is documented to the HAB standards and submitted to the city.
There's only one problem with that. I've been on HAB's teams, and I know about the wait list to have HABs do something.
No, I'm not saying for HABs to do it.
I know, but it still costs money.
I said, no, excuse me.
Okay.
The motion is not to have HABs do it.
Okay.
The motion is to have the owner pay for somebody to document the building to the HABs guidelines. I didn't say to
That's fine.
hire the National Park Service.
Okay, but
I would just point out, I think we're down to 3 design review board members, so we are no longer in our joint board meeting.
Right.
But we could make that recommendation solely as a recommendation from the Historic Preservation
This was supposed
Board.
to be a beginning, not a catch-all, end-all. I hope that this continues next month and into 2022 and onward every month, that this is a core part of what we do.
So that was a motion.
Okay.
By Mr. Klein. Did we, from the
I'll
Historic
second.
Preservation Board member, Mr. Finglass seconded that. All those Historic Preservation Board members in favor? Aye. Mr. Pascal?
I actually missed the motion.
The motion was to require documentation to have standards for any building that's any single-family home that's 50 years or older that's being substantially demolished.
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you.
Unanimous. I want to thank the Design Review Board members, Mr. Chair, members of the Design Review Board. Thank you for your time. I know it is very precious, and that you have your own very substantial agendas each month. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to take a 5-minute break to clear the dais, and then we will start our regular agenda.
12 o'clock.
12 o'clock.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of the Historic Preservation Board. I think we had a very productive morning with our friends at DRB, and we've covered a lot of ground, and now it's time to get down to the issues that we have to deal with. There's some very interesting ones today, and I'm going to turn it over to Debbie to introduce Nick to introduce the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, members of the board. Just a couple of quick announcements. Today's meeting of the Historic Preservation Board has been scheduled in a hybrid format, with members of the board physically present in the commission chambers, and applicants, staff, and members of the public participating either in person or virtually via Zoom. In order to participate in today's meeting, members of the public may dial 1-888-475-4499 and enter the webinar ID, which is 817-4834-7488 #, or log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 817-4834-7488. Any individual wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon if they're using the Zoom app, or dial *9 if they're participating by phone. Next, I'd like to read the city's notice regarding lobbyist registration. If you're appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You don't have to register as a lobbyist if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party, or if you're testifying as an expert witness providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance, to express support of or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they're communicating. If you're an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you're appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. And before I turn the meeting over, I'd like to swear in any individuals who will be providing testimony today, including staff. Please raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll provide today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you all.
Okay, thank you, Nick. Mr. Chair, the first order of business this morning is the approval of the October 12th, 2021 minutes.
Okay, do we have a motion to approve?
I'll move to approve the minutes.
Okay, moved and seconded?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you. We do have several requests for continuances this morning. I will try to get through those quickly. The first application, HPB 19-0300, 6001 North Bay Road, has actually been withdrawn, so no action is required by the board on that particular application. If it were to come back, it would require a separate notice. The second application is HPB 21-0457. This is 1 Lincoln Road and 1671 Collins Avenue. The applicant is requesting a continuance to the December 13th meeting. Staff has been working with the applicant. They did receive some initial comments regarding their project from staff, and from my understanding, they are working to address those comments, and they are also working with their neighbors. And that's going to take a little bit more time, so we have no objection to the request to be moved to December 13th. But we do have to open that to the public. Mr. Chair, if there's no questions from the board.
Public comment? Anyone would like to speak on that issue? Seeing none, I close public comment.
I'll move to continue this item to December 13.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that's unanimous. Second request for continuance is HPB 21-0478. This is 601 Washington Avenue. The applicant is again continuing to work with staff on some outstanding concerns, and they are requesting a continuance to the January 11th meeting. Is that correct?
Good morning, Mickey Morera, law firm Burkhardt, Riddell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapinas. That is correct, yes, on behalf of the applicant.
And staff has no objection to that?
No. Any public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed.
Move to continue the item to January 11th, 2022.
Second that.
Okay, the next item.
The next request for continuance is HPB 21-0485. This is 93 Palm Avenue. This is the Historic Preservation Board's application to begin the historic designation process for the single-family home at 93 Palm. This first step would be for staff to present a preliminary evaluation. At the November meeting, staff requested that the board consider a continuance of this item. I just wanted, and staff is recommending a continuance, wanted to provide the board with a very brief update. Last week, the middle to the end of last week, we were able to visit the site. Representatives for the new property owner allowed us on site. We were able to take some photographs and go inside the property. The new owner has also been in the very early stages of working with an architect looking at the property. We have been in conversations with representatives from the property owner. They have advised staff that they would be more comfortable with a continuance to the January 11th meeting to give their team a little bit more time to kind of understand the site, to propose potentially, to wrap their head around exactly what they want to see occur on this site, which at this point, I was advised that there are no specific plans for what is going to happen on this site, but they would like the time to continue to explore that. I will say, when I went to the site, I was very happy to see that the new property owner had employees working on the site, cleaning up and maintaining the property, which I thought was a very good sign. The property is not being neglected currently. I know it had been probably for many years, but there was cleaning and securing activity when I was, and Jake was with me. There is also not an active application to the Design Review Board, and it doesn't appear that it's imminent that there would be any application going to the Design Review Board for this particular property. The property would not be able to receive approval for a demolition permit without either coming to this board or currently going through the Design Review Board process. So from staff's opinion, we don't object to the January 11th continuance because, in our opinion, there is no imminent threat for the demolition of the structure. But that would be up to the board to decide, what would you like to see this back in December? We can bring it back to you in December, or would you allow for an additional month for the owner to, to understand this process a little bit better and bring it back on January 11th.
Is there any public comment? Daniel.
Yes, hi, Daniel Serraldo with Miami Design Preservation League. I missed the beginning of it, but I did want to say I heard the end. If the owner does want some more time, I think that's a good idea. And it's good to know that it's not an imminent threat, but that it would still, is it correct, Debbie, it would still be on the agenda. It's just that there would be an allowance for some more time for the exploration. I think it's a fair thing to do. Thanks.
Thank you, Daniel. Any other public comment? Seeing none, close public comment. Board discussion.
Could we get city update in December?
Absolutely.
Just no more than you just did.
Yep.
So that it's not lost.
So we can put it on request for continuances on the December meeting as well, and then we will provide the update at that time. So technically we're continuing this to the December 13th meeting, but as an additional request for continuance. Very good. That works for me.
Okay.
Was that a motion?
It's a motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you. All right, I think if there's no more requests for continuances, I don't see anyone on Zoom or in the audience. We will move on to the first regular application. This is HPB 200440, 550 Washington Avenue. An application has been filed requesting modifications to a previously issued certificate of appropriateness for the partial demolition and renovation of the existing building, including construction of attached additions and modifications to the original public interior spaces. That application also included a variance to exceed the maximum permitted height. So this application specifically, the applicant is requesting to modify a condition of the previously issued final order, and in order to introduce new signage on the vertical architectural feature located on Washington Avenue. The applicant is also currently requesting a variance to exceed the maximum permitted size for signage. This particular project, which was primarily for the interiors and some small additions to the property, was approved by the board in September of 2020. As part of that particular application, the board did include a condition that required the original Paris sign to be retained and restored, and that the Eiffel Tower icon actually be reintroduced on that signage pylon. The applicant is currently requesting to eliminate that condition and introduce a new sign that will say the name of the restaurant venue, which would be Queen. Staff has done an analysis of this particular property. It's not dissimilar from a lot of historic buildings in terms of the signage has changed over the years. The Paris sign was introduced in 1961, so about 15, 16 years after the construction, so it has been there for a good amount of time. At some point, the Eiffel Tower icon was removed, so currently we just have the word Paris. Staff does believe that the proposal is consistent with the architecture of the building, and we do not have an objection to basically what is, in sort of a change of copy of the historic sign. They're also proposing some modifications to the marquee. We do have some serious concerns over the proposed marquee panels that they're proposing to replace, and we would ask that the board require the restoration of the existing marquee signage consistent with the historical documentation. The variance request is not, again, not something that we are concerned about based on the fact that this building, when it was constructed with this signage pylon, with the intent of large signage being placed here. And we do believe that there is practical difficulty with trying to retain the character of the contributing building by placing a sign which would, under our current regulations, be required to be much smaller than what is proposed. So overall, we're supportive of the application and are recommending approval based on the conditions in our draft order.
Thank you.
And I do see the applicant is here with us today.
Good morning again.
Good morning. How are you?
Thank you, Debbie, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Mickey Morera here with law firm Burkhardt Riddell Fernandez, Larkin & Tapenes again at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. Here with me in person today are our project architect, Jose Gomez, and our historian, Arthur Marcus. With us virtually, should be appearing, is the property owner, Matthew Massa, and Jack Gervais, our signage consultant. Together we represent the 550 Washington Avenue Queen team. If we could put up the presentation that was forwarded. Thank you. We wanted to walk you through the concept of the venue and how it's evolved and why we are where we are and the request. So the venue is proposed to be called Queen. That is what's under construction today, pursuant to the approvals that were obtained about a year ago from this board. Next slide. And this is a quote that was an inspiration to the team, and I wanted to share it with you. A film is never really good unless the camera is an eye in the head of a poet. That's an Orson Welles quote that inspired Mr. Massa. And the reason is because it is a theater and because it's always been a theater space. When coming up with the branding and the modeling and the concept for this use, the idea was make you feel like you're in a movie. Make the environment of the experience of the Queen restaurant and lounge feel like that type of experience. Next slide. Just here's an aerial of where we are. In 1927, you can see the space that was to become the Variety Theater, and then there's a current aerial of the Washington Avenue street as developed today. Next slide. Here's some historic photos of the property. 1946, you see it opened as the Variety Theater, and it was the Variety Theater until 1961. It was a cinema revival house showing old classic movies. The first opening night was Suspicion by Alfred Hitchcock. Later, in 1961, the use changed. The premiere of the New Paris Theater was a movie called Eve and the Handyman. You can use your imagination to determine what happened in that movie, but it was obviously became an adult movie house, and when it was the New Paris Theater, it was basically an adult movie cinema. I don't have any live footage of Eve and the Handyman, but I'll let you all use your imagination. Next slide.
We can't require that of you.
I mean, if you make it a condition, I'll have to do some research, but I don't know if that's appropriate. In the 1990s, actually in the 70s, I don't have a photo, but it was an indoor flea market. It evolved in the 1990s. It was a studio space for movies and TV. And in the 2000s, it became shortly lived a Bamboo nightclub. Those are some of the uses that were in this space. Next slide. And here's, again, the inspiration, the cinema, the glamour, the branding. Next slide. And you see Queen. They came up with the name Queen because the idea is they want the experience, they want you to feel like royalty when you're in this space. Glamour, mystery, decadence, power, that's the imagery, that's the vibe that the space wants to encourage. Next slide. Here's some of the iconography that will be found throughout the space, some of the coasters, the matches, the menu, the colors, and the icons. Next slide. Here's more examples that I was referring to. You see an example of the menu, matches, coasters. Next slide. Here's more of that. Again, a feeling of decadence, of glamour, sophistication. Next slide. And here I'd like to turn it over to Jose to go over some of the images and the design of the space, and I'll join back momentarily.
Good morning. Jose Gomez, Pelos and Gomez Architects. We're the architects of record for the project. We want to show you just a few images of the design of the building. Our client have brought up a team of incredible, talented designers for the interior of the space. The lighting, for example, and we're going to show you a few of the images, are all based on sort of the cinematic experience of the original building that we're trying to bring in with today's lighting levels and lighting design. Next. Lux Populi is an internationally recognized firm, and they done all of the detailing for the lighting throughout the space, and we wanted to show you that level of the experience that our client is bringing into the building. Next, please. Next. So everything they've taken attention to every detail on the space when it comes to the lighting, and again, to express that sort of cinematic level of experience that we all expect in a very high-end movie house. Next. The interior design as well. Next. Our client brought in a firm from France, Samy Prospect Design, who specializes in interiors and interiors of very, very high-end type of restaurants. They happen to be from Paris. Yes, I get it. So I just wanted to show you some of a few of the images of the interior that are being produced right now, and the level of quality that this restaurateur is putting into the project. Next. So this is just to give you a few of the images of what's going on today. Next, please. These are images of your approved interior design, which is under construction today. Next. Next. And I'll bring it back to Mickey here so he can talk a little bit. Let's go one more image. So as far as the exterior is, we're complying with the proposed exterior building colors that the city has. So we're not we're using the colors, historically approved colors. and the building from the exterior will be fully restored. So just wanted to bring that up before we get into the signage. Next.
And here, thank you, Jose. And here is a few photos. First, you see on the left what's there today. The word Paris is coming down the vertical spine, and it also is on the reader board. What we're proposing is what you see on the right, which keeps the letters within the same vertical box. And like it changed when it was Variety, then became the New Paris Theater, we want the signage to be consistent with what's happening inside, which is Queen. It'll follow the same style and the same location. Next. Again, here's just some more views of the same. We're proposing to keep, as Debbie mentioned, the same neon lighting and the same view. It's important, especially because the space and the frontage is so narrow to a much bigger space, that we want our guests and folks coming to the site to recognize where they're going. They're going to be going to Queen, and we want to be able to see as they come down Washington Avenue where it is. It is a very small frontage for a very prominent space. Next slide. Here's just, again, some comparative images. I think this tells the story pretty well. You see the Paris lettering there today. Queen would come in the same space, and there you see a rendering of what it would look like at night. It would be neon, it would be lit, it would be prominent. Next slide. Here's option 2 that Debbie mentioned. Since there was some reference to the Eiffel Tower being brought back in, this would bring in the similar iconography of Queen to part of the signage. That's another option that's been proposed. Next slide. And again, here's just some more views of what the reader board would look like, and some of the images of the venue lit up.
Can you show how you're changing the marquee staff having issue?
So, sure. So this is actually, what you're seeing here is a little bit of a different option. This has a reader board consistent with what staff is proposing, just changes the font. That's what you see here. If you go back a couple slides, if we can go back a couple slides. What you see in these slides is actually, looks very different. It looks very similar. Our proposal was to have an LED lit signage that would look very much the same, exactly the same as the reader board. It would just be easier to maintain, better lit. So that's what we would prefer. That's our option. Alternatively, we are showing what a reader board would look like consistent with staff's recommendation using the different lettering. And I think that would have been our conclusion. I do have, if the board wouldn't mind, Arthur Marcus is here. He's our historian, and he had a few words he wanted to share, and then we would conclude. Thank you, Arthur.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I may need a little bit more than 2 minutes just to go through what I think is very pertinent information for you as a board to consider. Again, I'm Arthur Marcus. I'm an architect and historic preservationist, and I'm here to discuss this proposed, marquee theater signage. I will not go into the history of the building since that's already been done, but I wanted to cite some examples of what I call architectural archaeology that may be very interesting. And example number 1, in recent decisions made by this board regarding the Richmond and South Seas hotels on Collins Avenue, which are now part of the Raleigh complex, it was discovered that the front facades had been drastically altered in the 1950s after World War II. The original streamlined modern facades, which had been constructed in 1941, were totally remodeled into MIMO facades in 1955. However, this board, quite recently, made the decision to return to the original facade designs, even though they had not existed for more than 10 years. In example number 2, the historic Crown Hotel at 4041 Collins Avenue also has an interesting naming history. It was originally known as the Lord Tarleton Hotel upon opening in 1940. In the 1950s, the name was changed to the Crown Hotel, which remained until 2015 when the name was changed to the Thompson Hotel, not historic and approved by the board. In example number 3, in one more example, 3, the hotel building at 17th and Alton was named both the Variety and the Mayflower on the building card. However, the owners promptly named it as the Marlborough upon opening in 1922. By 1926, the name was changed to the Mayflower Hotel, and then through the years 53 to 74, the building was known as the Hotel Variety. In 1974, the name was again changed back to the Mayflower Hotel with giant signage on the rooftop. After extensive renovations in 2016, the hotel was then again renamed the Variety Hotel. What I see as the moral of the story here is that what is most important is certainly the preservation of these historic buildings. Names of buildings, as well as names on signage, have continually changed throughout the history of Miami Beach. The name of a building that we have grown familiar with is not sacred just because we may know the building by that particular name, as can be seen from the examples I have just described. What is most important is the owner's willingness to restore the facade and the marquee of this historic theater. The particular name that is to be placed on the marquee is not of primary importance. I would hope that the board will take this, as well as the previous examples cited, into consideration and allow this owner to place his preferred business name on this historic structure. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Arthur. I have a point of information for Debbie, or question. I was always under the impression that along Collins Avenue on the beach, there were many of the hotels are, that they are either encouraged, required, not sure what the proper term is, to keep their historic signs if they still exist and add any new signage if they change the name, like the Confidant or whatever, at a later time. Is that true or not true? I've heard that from many people.
There's no requirement in any of the historic districts for property to keep a name of a building or a historic sign. Now, the signage itself is a physical element of the building, so any significant historic signage that was proposed to be altered or removed would typically go to this board if those alterations were significant. But there's no requirement that a property needs to maintain a certain name or even a certain sign. When those signs are architectural and they're significant to the building, a modification or removal of those would require board review.
But is it not true that many of those hotels do have, quote, historic signs in addition to any renaming signs they may?
Correct. Many of the hotels on Collins Avenue and Ocean Drive have their original signage or early signage. Sometimes it's hard to pinpoint when it was originally, because very few of these buildings were actually constructed with the sign. We have some great examples, like the Colony Hotel on Ocean Drive, that designed by Henry Hohauser, and that actually was designed as part of the architecture of the building. More often than not, it was just the pylons or the fin elements that were included in the original design, and then the name was added later.
Okay, thank you.
Quick follow-up question, and I'm trying to think of examples. I know there's lots of them. The one I'm thinking of just off the top of my head, I guess, would be the Crown, since Jack mentioned it. Confidant. I wanted to ask for clarification on the size allowance, right? Because if you have, for instance, the Crown, which has the Crown sign at street level, and then it has a Confidant up at the skyline level, how is the size allowance figured out?
That's a great question.
How is it computed?
That's a great question. So the Crown is a great example. I mean, it had, once it finally became the Crown, it had a ton of Crown signage. It came to this board. The board allowed for the removal of the majority, similar to the Seagull Hotel that you reviewed recently, allowed for the removal of the majority of the Crown signage, with the exception of the icon that was in the shape of a crown. That was required to be retained on the building. Any part of historically significant signage that is proposed to be retained or reintroduced in its original design and original location does not count against an applicant for their size requirements. So that's important to note. They can have all of the allowable signage in addition to creating, to retaining or recreating historic elements. This property is a little trickier because it's such a small facade that there's not a ton of opportunity for new signage to be introduced, other than the signage pylon.
Thank you.
But I have another question. What you're stating, though, is that this so-called Paris Queen, whatever you want to call it, club, could fall under the same
If the
situation
existing Paris sign, and if they were to follow the previous order and reintroduce the Eiffel Tower, would not penalize them for their maximum allowable signage. They would still be able to get the square footage. In this case, I believe it's 15 square feet because the frontage is so small. I mean, it's a very large building, right, once you get back. But the frontage is how we calculate the allowable signage. So they would still be able to get their allowable signage. They could place that on the marquee, on the board, and not be penalized for retaining the existing Paris sign.
Is there any methodology to alter or ruling that would allow them to have additional signage elsewhere on the building to identify it as its, let's say, new name, for instance?
They are permitted to have signage facing a street. In this case, it's very limited in terms of visibility where signage could be. Roof signs, new roof signs are not permitted. Only historical recreations or historic restorations of roof signs are permitted.
If I'm not mistaken from previous submissions, aren't they proposing to have some sort of entrance from the back as well?
I don't believe so, no.
No?
If I may?
Sure.
Just, I hear the discussion, and I recognize, I think we all know that there are several hotels that have the dual signage. I worked on the Edition, which was the Seville, but all these hotels have a lot of wall space and facade space. So you're able to really delicately and appropriately put both signs, and it really strengthens. Here, we have what's really a substantial building, but the storefront is really just 4 doors. That's it. And the vertical signage is successful because it goes up and provides that that north-south view. But you really, if you put in both words, you would really have very cluttery look on that vertical element. And we've explored it, and that's why it took us the time to get here. We just feel, the team felt, and our owner strongly felt that keeping it in its location, keeping it in its look, as we worked with Debbie from the very beginning, we talked about the idea, but it just looks cleaner, and it gives the space a little bit more of a sophistication to have just one sign here. If we had more space, it might be a different discussion. We just don't.
We've had the past 2 hours of discussing with the DRB and the HPB, and the theme of that was compromise. So how about naming it the Paris Queen? It may have connotations, but that's not the purpose of my statement. The purpose is that, as you know, my position. Yeah. So I just
I mean, we really we've spent a lot of time trying to make this.
I understand.
So I'd like to hear the board's discussion on our proposal.
Sorry,
I have a
didn't mean to
follow-up
hog the conversation.
question.
Sure.
It's okay. I wanted to ask Debbie because I understand that the frontage of this building is narrow, and obviously I think we're all familiar. None of us have not driven by this space many times or walked by. And unlike other buildings that were not previously theaters, whereas it's a narrow building, it does seemingly have a significantly sized marquee in addition. And so my other question is, since the marquee was historically existing, does that contribute to the sign count as well in terms of the calculation?
So the actual marquee signage, I believe, is in addition to the main permitted allowable signage. So they can change, like if they have an event or if they have, they can change out that signage on the marquee without it counting as signage in terms of their maximum square footage.
Between the signage which can go on the marquee, which can be changed to whatever they want it to be.
Correct.
Without being board approval. does not count at all towards their allowable signage. So with the existing Paris and the existing marquee that can say anything they want it to, they still have an allowance that's not even tapped into, correct? The actual
Correct.
sign allowance. All right, thank
Yeah,
you.
because
Okay, thank you, Kirk. Someone down here wanted to? No? I'll pick on you first, okay.
Mr. Chair, I think we need to open it to the public.
Oh, I'm sorry. And disclosures, I spoke to Mickey, not in detail, but I did speak to him.
I also had a very brief call with Mickey.
I said hello to Marcus, but it was Arthur. But it was nothing to do with this.
And Daniel, before you begin, just an announcement to anyone on Zoom. If you do wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand and we will call on you. Thank you.
Daniel, good morning again.
Hi, good morning. Daniel Serrato with Miami Design Preservation League. So we did meet and discuss this proposal, and our position remains that we oppose the replacement of the historic Paris sign with the new, larger Queen sign. We don't believe it's consistent with the original design of the building, but also that the Paris sign may not be original, but it has been in place for decades, far longer than the original sign. And it is a landmark. People say, oh, hey, let's meet in this place on Washington. It's right across from the Paris Theater. The other concern I have is if you're now having the tenant taking the marquees, it's a slippery slope. Right now it's Queen. You know, we hope they last. We know a lot of nightclubs, you know, don't always last forever. You know, maybe next time it's a CVS, and so you have CVS on there, or Cheesecake Factory, or whatever. So I guess the question from this discussion that I have is, like, you know, what is the significance of the marquee and the historic significance? One thing I want to mention is that Park Central just reopened, and they're branded as a Gabriel Hotel, and I thought they did a really elegant job. What they did was they kept the Park Central signage, and then they put on all their doors beautiful graphics that say the Gabriel. And, you know, there may be a way to do that with this Queen or whoever the tenant is next year or the year after that without really going to the core and taking the marquee and having to change it out every time. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Any other public comment? Oh, public comment. You're not the public. Okay. Seeing none, public comment is closed. Please, yes, you may. You're next.
No.
You know? You're teasing me. Okay. Barry, please.
I think Daniel hit on a lot of valuable points. They do have that marquee that could end up being their pink and sweet letters and little whatever that logo was. I guess it was a couple hearts. But I have this little voice of William Carey in the back of my head talking about the names of hotels, and I remember, I think it was the Fairfield or Fair or something on Collins, and Fair Winds.
Fair Wind.
And I think these are historic elements for our community. And so I would be in favor of leaving the Paris as the Paris. 5 years, this may be Kings or something else. So I wouldn't endorse changing the name on the marquee. I would prefer it to stay the Paris. It's been there more than 50 years. It's done well.
Thank you, Barry. Kirk?
I have strong feelings about this one because I remember it like yesterday when this proposal came before us, and there's a lot of elegant features of this building that we reviewed, and as a board, as we talked about earlier, I mean, we look at projects holistically, and I don't understand, I do not understand when this came through on the agenda how you take, a holistic approval that we all thoughtfully discussed, and you don't like one piece of it. The conditions haven't changed. I don't understand that, and I'm a little bit offended by it, and I'll temper that, but I remember as well, as part of that deliberation, which the board at the time, we all very thoughtfully went through this, and the discussion was about, a lot of the things that have been mentioned today, authenticity being one of them. It's not about elegant. What you're proposing is elegant, and we want it to be successful. I want. And you went through the many uses of this building. I want our historic structures to be successful. This isn't about that, but at the time, the discussion we had, as I recall it, was the variety would have been authentic. The Paris was authentic and had a long run. I think the board at the time would have been okay with either use, right? Variety or Paris, which were both rooted in history, but the Paris sign was the existing one and had a long history. And so the board, as I recall, decided within the motion to ask that sign, because it's existing and had a long history, be retained. So I'm confused. I feel the same as I felt then. I also want to mention, Mr. Marcus, you made some great points. And at the same time, in the historic district where, just to bring up the Confidant and the Crown, I look at the San Marino, which is now the Lexington Hotel, and I'm sorry, you compare the San Marino and the history of that hotel with the Lexington sign, which we approved, went through this board, and we want, again, these businesses to be successful. They got their branding, but it doesn't compare to the history and the authenticity and the historical allure of what the original signs were. And so my very strong feeling is that we do have something that is existing, alluring, and historic. And we've already clarified that even though it's a narrow building, that there are plenty of opportunities within the marquee, which does not even count towards the signage, and perhaps many other creative ways that new signage could be introduced while retaining what is historical and what is existing. And I'm sorry for coming out of the gate so strong. It's just, again, you know how much time we put into these discussions, and I was just a little bit shocked when this just came back to us with no circumstantial changes, just to try to change the order. So that's my feeling. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go this way this time, so hold on, Nancy. I couldn't say it better myself. I think if you did not have the marquee opportunity, it might be a different story, but that's a huge marquee. Queen, huge letters could fit in there effectively, and if you're on the street, that is what you would see. So I see no reason to alter what is there if you have another alternative, which you obviously do and does not count against your square footage. So therefore, I totally agree with Kirk. Thank you. Nancy?
Okay. I have a different thought on this. If the original name had been the Paris Theater, then I would agree with everything you said. But the Paris Theater came and went, was shut down for a long time. Nothing was happening. And now a new owner, I think it's the owner there. I don't think it's somebody who renting for 6 months and leaving. This is the owner. Feels he has a different view of what he would like his restaurant to be. The Paris Theater was a cute little place. It was a lot of music. It wasn't, and it's dear to my heart because when I won my election in 1993, the owner gave me a big party. So I have feeling about the place, but I don't think it's right to object to an owner, a new owner coming and wanting to have his signature on the place. And the only thing that would have convinced me to be okay to go back to the Paris would be if the Paris was the original. So I would object to having the the owner have to take the old sign or the whatever and put it on the new building with a new owner.
Thank you, Nancy. Max.
Thanks. I also don't have a problem with the update of the sign. I saw it as being consistent with the history of the site and the evolution as time goes on. But I am sensitive to, Kirk, your point that I had to go back and check my notes because I was like, didn't we talk about this in that first approval? And it was a significant part of the discussion. So I know it's going to be a challenge. But given the constraints of the limited frontage and the evolution of the signage over time, I would be supportive of it. But I wanted to also know that we touched on it a little bit in the presentation, but the staff recommendation about the marquee design, I'm supportive of the staff recommendation because we are talking about a building in context here, so where we can meet on that, I think would be appropriate. Thanks.
Thank you. Laura.
Thank you so much for the history and the presentation. As you said, it's a super small frontage, and the defining feature is the pylon and is the sign. And I think Miami Beach is signage. It was really built for the moving car. If you were to, was there thought what's going to happen to the Paris sign if you were to replace it? What exactly is going to happen there besides changing the name? Are you going to reuse the existing or in some fashion and just move it, or?
We haven't made a decision on that,
Yeah.
right? But we'd be open to suggestions if there's some way to relocate it in a way. Maybe perhaps, as was mentioned in the back, there may be a way to use that lettering there.
Okay.
We'd be open to that discussion.
Okay. Yeah, I think for me, the signage is so critical, and I think, again, you have the opportunity of the marquee, so that would be my preference. Thank you.
Okay. Rick.
Yeah, I never knew the Paris Theater. I don't have any experiences to tie me to it. So what I see here is the retention of the major architectural feature that was Hohauser's here. Providing a big marquee over the sidewalk, protecting those the entry of those doors. For such a small frontage to have this, the structural cantilever coming out and the tower coming up, I think architecturally I see that being a lot more relevant than what the letters are spelling out. And I sympathize with some of the comments here, but in my opinion, I appreciate that the overall structure on the facade is being retained. The overall structural signage is being retained. But I'm okay with the new owner wanting to implement a new sign to support his business. If there was a place to reuse those letters, I think that's an interesting idea. But I wouldn't stand in the way of the new owner, using the new signage in the same character and the spirit. I think that the experience for the pedestrian, for the passerby, whether you're in the car or on the sidewalk, will be largely unchanged, in my view.
I just need to counter the other board members here in that if the Queen logo or lettering was put on the marquee, that's the major thing you would see. So I really don't see how there is any argument against keeping the Paris sign, is that the largest element that people would see from the sidewalk would be their logo, would be their name, Queen. It would jump out at you on an angle over the street. You could not miss it, and everybody would be happy. this destruction of something just to give them another blackboard to put their name when they already have a huge marquee and the windows on the street, on the sidewalk, I think is almost overkill. That's my opinion. Okay, we've all stated our positions. Would you like to close, Mickey?
Yes, well, just a couple quick clarifications, just for the record. I think Nancy hit on it. Our client did purchase it. You know, some of these other uses that you saw over time were tenants that came and went under one owner. Our client did purchase it. He is the owner. He's made significant investments in this property, and we hope that he owns it for a very, very long time. And also, it's not that it's that significant, but it's not really a nightclub. It's a restaurant. It's a nightlife venue, but it is a restaurant. But with that, I see there's a pretty mixed view on the board, and I think we really thought this was a proposal that might work, but we'd like an opportunity to go back and maybe find a way to make this work in a way that the board would approve it in light of the mixed. I can just kind of see there's a mixed view from the dais. If we could continue the item to January and give us an opportunity to maybe make some changes that incorporate your comments and do something with that existing sign, we'd like that opportunity. We talked about other things. We felt this would work, but I hear you all, and I'd like that chance.
But you've been back here, was it 3 times, 4 times already? I don't see how we're going to change our opinion.
Well, we've never been heard. We continued it working with staff. This item has never been heard. Today was the first time.
It hasn't it heard?
No.
It hasn't?
No, this is the first hearing.
Well, how did we
Other
know-
than the
how did we know about
continuances.
it to begin with, if it hasn't been
Well,
heard?
it was placed on the agenda several times, and I believe at one point you may have received the package, but they never presented. We never had a full hearing on this.
Okay, if that's the case.
And I think maybe, Jack, though, to your point, it's only worthwhile to continue it if some of the board members who have concerns are willing to look at a compromise. If that's not the case, then it would really not be a productive continuance.
Can I just, I guess it only makes sense to ask the question since this project has not cut into even an inch of their allowable signage space, right? I mean, what's existing is historic. Has it even been explored, the possibility of introducing a Queen sign and taking advantage of their
We've been talking to the applicant for many, many months, and I know that was a suggestion that was brought up very early on. So I think the applicant can.
I can answer your question. Before I do, though, Jose is champing at the bit here to say some things.
Well, just a simple, a point that you brought up. What can we do with that sign with the parish? And parish are separate individual letters. The rear of the building has an incredible pattern in the architecture. It has this very strong banding, and we can reuse those words, those letters actually, on the rear of the building. And it'll be a fantastic design if you can see
if you want to put up. Can we put up the slide? It's like the 5th or 6th from the end.
Let me show you as a compromise. See what you think.
This is something just we're coming up with based on the questions. But if we could put up the presentation briefly. Yeah, go forward. Back. I think 1. Yep, that.
There you go. So you see the rear of the building on your left. At least it's my left, maybe. On the rear of the building, you have those vertical banding that are very prominent. They're right up to the sidewalk. The building goes right up to the property line. The rear facade is actually a front also. It's considered 2 fronts. We can reuse the letters on those blue banding. We can do it in a vertical manner, same as the one in the front, and all we're doing is just taking the letters from one side of the building to the other and replacing the front with Queen. We're respecting the architecture of the whole front facade is being respected. It's just the letters, those letters are just going to be Queen and Parish in the rear, or the other front, because it's actually 2 fronts that this project has.
I appreciate the thought, but as Debbie well knows, my pet issue in North Beach as far as signage is concerned, is what is it? Isn't it the Fairwinds across from on 69th Street, across from the Chase Bank? That they've been promising for years now to put that sign.
The
back.
Golden Sands.
The Golden Sands.
Yeah, they received a violation.
Yeah,
They have an
but it's
active
not
violation.
back, and with that, with the log cabin, with everything else that never gets done after you all say it's supposed to be done, I don't trust that this will be done. No offense to you all,
No.
but history shows that once we agree to put something in storage or consign it to a future point in time, it never gets done, and I won't accept that.
Jack,
Okay,
I,
well,
I
would just say
wouldn't find it enough of a compromise.
Okay, well, I
personally.
wouldn't either. So you
Look,
have maybe
place
three
that's
people
something,
that-
and I recognize something that we just literally came up with based on
I
Laura's
appreciate
comment.
the attempt, but I've really been stung so many times with this over 6 years and more doing this that I'm a little hesitant.
Jack, but is the concern on your part that it won't be done, or
Or that'll
is
be
the
broken in the
proposition-
process, or won't fit, or something won't happen, and you'll come back again and say, well, we tried, but we couldn't do it.
My concern
and
is it's not enough.
I would just also state a concern that face of the building is adjacent to residential, and a neon sign, that would be my only concern.
So-
That I wouldn't want it to be illuminated, at least after a certain hour.
And again, that's something that literally we came up with right here. So
I
there are some issues.
I applaud the
And we're-
effort. Thank you. I
And
mean,
look,
it's
we're
great.
but that's the type of thing. I think there may be an opportunity for compromise. We have explored multiple different things, as Debbie's aware. That's why. And I'll tell you what happened, Jack, just so you understand. We applied because we were on a time frame where we thought we were opening a little bit sooner than we are, because of some COVID delays and construction delays. We are opening a little bit later than we expected, and it's given us a little bit more time to get this right. Obviously, that's not happening today, but we really would appreciate the opportunity to try and find a compromise and come back. So I would ask the board for that opportunity. And I don't think December. We're not going to have it fixed by Monday, which would be our deadline for December. So if we can give us at least January, I think we can hopefully come back with something meaningful.
Okay, thank you for your effort. Okay, anyone else want to add anything?
I do. I mean, if again, from what I'm understanding, they have not used 1 inch of their allowable signage. If it's something they tried and that failed, it'd be nice to see that. I don't understand, why we have to cut into and feel pressured to cut into the historic existing signage without at least some sort of a demonstration of why it doesn't work to use the sign allowance that they have. That, again, there's not 1 inch that's being used, right? I mean, I'd like to see that. It would make me feel more comfortable to maybe feel other than I feel right now.
I can describe one of the versions to you if you want.
Well, if we're continuing it, then maybe you could
bring
show
it back.
us.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fair enough. I understand.
I'm happy to make the motion to continue if that's where we are.
I'll
Is that where we
second.
are?
I wanted to ask a question.
Sure. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I just wanted to understand, and part of my ignorance, but what it is that's so precious about these letters. I mean, it's not part of the original Hohauser building. This was the title of an adult theater that has been closed for so long. I just don't understand what the concern. Why is it so precious?
People come to me all the time and mention the Paris Theater because it's something that everyone alive today, for the most part, except maybe millennials, remember and know and cherish because it was very avant-garde for its day, and it brought class to Washington Avenue and the symbolism of it. Paris was, cheerful, gay, au courant, everything good, and everything entertaining, and that's why it's important. Words like variety and the milquetoast and everything else that just are names, do not resonate with people who are still alive today. As with the Queen, it's just a made-up name. So that's why it's important to people in our age group who have lived here a while or have known the building, that it will always be referred to as the Paris Theater, and that's why we think it should stay that way. If you, as Nancy said, if it wasn't original, if you want to take everything back to the original state, that's what the National Park Service says you should never do. A building is a history, it's a continuum of time. And as of this time, from the beginning, it's been known as the Paris Theater. So and it's remembered that way. So there's no reason that I can see to change it.
I'd like to suggest that it was never really a theater. It was a place that everybody went to drink and have
Whatever
fun
it was,
and
it
do.
was.
It wasn't.
It is.
You're trying to make it out to sound like it was some Paris theater that they dragged in here with the sign. No.
I mean, they didn't serve escargot? I mean,
It didn't. No, they
But
didn't.
the way it's being presented
think-
today is that it opened as a porn theater, and I don't think that's accurate when it became the Paris. Is that true? Historically accurate that it turned into the Paris and did a grand opening as
It
a
was an
porn
adult
theater?
theater. I don't know the exact date they
takes the name.
started showing the adult movies, though.
Well,
I don't know.
right, but that's the way it's being represented today, that it opened at a grand opening as a porn theater. And I don't
And
think that's
dancers.
accurate
No.
either,
Who
to be fair.
said,
Kirk, just-
I've never heard that.
Kirk,
Where did that come from? That it's a porn theater now?
Someone
I
mentioned.
wouldn't.
Well, it was.
Someone.
I mean,
Kirk,
we have
just to be
that
fair,
documentation.
it really
that
did.
tells the amount of time it was.
The day it changed,
Can
we
we
have the
rein this
permit
in?
from 1960. Again, I'm not arguing with you. We're going to continue, and that's okay. But just so you understand, I just want to. We have the building card record when the same year, the same month that the permit changed to allow the new, what's called the new Paris Theater sign, was the same day that it opened. And we have the ad and we have the flyer as an adult theater house. It just, whether that matters or not, but that is accurate.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So, let's bring this in. Because
So are we continuing to Jan 11? Is that
I believe that was your motion,
Yeah,
Jan 11.
I seconded it.
and that was seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? One, Mr. Finglass is opposed. That motion passes. The applications continue to the January 11th
Thank
meeting.
Okay, thank you.
We
Okay.
won't be there. We won't be there.
Yes, I will. January.
Okay, the next application is HPB 20-0445, 306 Lincoln Road. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the installation of illuminated signage facing Lincoln Road in accordance with the Lincoln Road Signage District regulations. This application was last heard by the board at the September meeting, and since then the applicant has revised the signage design and is currently presenting two options. Staff believes that either option meets the intent of the Lincoln Road Signage District and addresses the concerns previously expressed by the board, and is recommending approval of option number one.
Okay, do you have a presentation on this?
Yes. I'm
good.
back to talk about signage. How excited am I?
That was quick.
Hopefully, a slightly different tone. You guys are going to get sick of me by the end of the
Same
day.
issue. Okay.
Good afternoon now. For the record, Mickey Marrero, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, law firm of Burke, Rodell, Fernandez, Tapinas, and Larkin and Tapinas, sorry. If we can get the presentation up, here on behalf of Stratus Unlimited Signage and CVS. And we do, thank you. Next slide. And with me, by the way, on Zoom, with me is Stephanie Zanecki from CVS, who is in charge of the design. So this one, Jack, with this one, we have been here before, and once without me, once with me, and we got very descriptive requests from you all. We've tried very hard, I believe, to get this where it should be. Here's a photo of what's there today. You see on the left, it's a silhouette of a woman, and she's holding makeup, and it says cosmetics. On the right, you see, the role of photography. And again, those are the images that CVS was promoting when it first opened that store in 2002. That's when CVS first came to South Florida. Previously, if you recall, lots of Eckerd drugs around. They now became CVS's, and that's when this signage first was introduced. And now the theme and the message that CVS is trying to send is more about health. So the idea was with this signage going further and trying to be consistent with the scale, even larger scale, of what's there today. Next slide.
Point of order. I'm sorry, because I misread something in here, and I need to make it clear to myself. Are you stating that the photo at night, existing night view, is that the original of what was there since it's been a drugstore?
Well, since 2002.
No, that's not answering the question.
Yeah.
Is that original since it was the CVS or a
Since it was CVS, yes.
So the lady with the cosmetics and the film thing, that is all original as it sits, and it's all operational, and it shines at night and just the way you're showing. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, that's a clear point. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay. So again, same images at night. Again, this is from when it was originally constructed here, the signage in 2002. Next slide. Here's what's being proposed today, actually larger in size than what's there, and basically getting the images that were there in their scale, close to their scale, replacing them with an image of prescription medicine and an image of, again, a silhouette of a woman, but this time she's holding not a makeup, but she's holding a stethoscope, because the messaging of CVS is really geared toward health in its current state. Also, and again, these signs have been enlarged and changed since what you saw before, which was a little bit more, a little smaller. Also, there was concerns raised, if you all recall, last time we were here about the plaque in the back of the CVS pharmacy lettering. That was removed at the request of many of you all. And what we've done is added the sort of health lines connecting the images and the lettering in the background, going, representing the heartbeat of life. Next slide. And there's what it looks like at night. Again, and the lighting here, and this is critically important, the lighting here is more energy efficient lighting that's being used. It's higher quality. It's LED lighting.
Question, I'm sorry, because if I don't ask it now, it'll go. There are two options for this sign.
Right.
The one here that has the heartbeat and the pestle, they both are stirring in the mortar and pestle. They're both moving.
Yeah. I think the lighting. When I finish, Stephanie can clarify the mechanics of the lighting.
Okay, but I'm asking you for a reason. And the heartbeat there, is that also moving, or is that stationary?
I believe it can move, but it's currently stationary. But again, I'll defer to Stephanie on the technicality of the lighting.
But the point I'm trying to make here for our dear friend Nancy here is, if this is the original sign, that's why I asked the question. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. If some of us believe that original sign should stay and later sign should not be permitted, this is no different from the Paris, because this is the original. So therefore, my point made last time, or one of the times, that it should remain, it should be perfectly valid for Nancy. I've spoken my piece.
Poor comparison. Poor.
Well, what's good for one is a good example for another. That's all I have to say.
Right,
okay.
But everyone understands that was not the original sign when the building was built, right? Everything
but
you
this
see.
This is.
No, it's 2002.
He just said it was.
Everything
when it became
you
a CVS.
see currently is 2002.
When CVS took it over.
When CVS moved into the existing building.
Okay, that's fine.
So the building was much earlier.
Okay, but what's here now is original to them.
It's original to the 2002 CVS build-out.
Thank you. Sorry, I'll be quiet. Thank you.
Next slide. Here's just some of the technicalities of the signage. Next slide. And here you see more of a close-up of some of the elements. Next. Same here. And here's the heart line with the heart icon coming out. And next slide so we can show the second option. So the second option is very similar. We wanted to provide the board with two different options. Hopefully one of these works for the majority of the board. So instead of the heart line, it's more of a straight set of lines connecting all the images and the lettering in the back, in lieu of having, again, the plaque that was proposed before. And you see a little bit more prominent, two on each side, hearts. Instead of the hearts woven into the heartbeat line, they're just solid hearts, and there's the big one in the middle and the two on either side. And what you'll see now in the next few slides, if we can go through, is similar. You see it at night, and going forward, just some technicalities. So really, that's the gist of it. It's two options. We took some extra time to try and, take a meaningful effort at making something that works better. I thought we were very close to an approval last time, but CVS felt that they could go just a little bit further in being in the spirit of what's there today, but modernizing it for their health messaging, which they feel is very important, and also for LED purposes and making the light more, the lighting a little bit more green. So I don't know, Stephanie, if she's on the line, if she would like to add anything, she should be on Zoom.
Stephanie, would you raise your hand if you are on Zoom?
Is she on?
Yes, Stephanie?
Stephanie, do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Stephanie, you need to unmute. Can you take yourself off of mute, Stephanie?
And if we could go back to one of the images of the signage at night. Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Loud and clear.
Oh, great.
Stephanie?
Stephanie, do you so swear?
Oh, yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Mickey. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, members of the board. I'd like to clarify a few questions that were asked by the chair. I'm going to go back to a question that you had regarding the existing signage. We are having problems with our existing signage. To be honest with you, the neon actually caught fire perhaps a month and a half ago. As you know, neon is a gas and it's inherently dangerous. And this is one of the reasons why we prefer to go to LED, not only to save energy, but also the signage from 2002 is in disrepair and needs constant maintenance. To explain the heartbeat, actually does have movement, so that it has like a moving heartbeat as you would look at, a cardiac type of line in a hospital. In the other option, the smaller hearts actually blink. So for both of the options, we wanted to have movement. The mortar and pestle in both options, the pestle itself actually moves. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 lines of the pestle, and it moves from 1, 2, 3, 4. So it looks like the pestle is stirring.
Great.
CVS did take the previous feedback very seriously that you provided. And we hope that these new icons do look a little more vintage and whimsical. The reason, again, why these icons are changing is because our services have changed. So we are still a pharmacy, which is what the mortar and pestle represents, but we now have a minute clinic in this location. So that is why we have the nurse with the stethoscope. We just want to represent these new, more health-related services that we have here. The CVS Pharmacy logo itself is the same exact type of lighting. It has the linear tubes on the interior of the face of the letters in the heart, and they are halo lit behind. This is the exact same signage that we have existing. However, it's just our new logo. These icons also have the same exact material as the previous signage. They have the outline of the linear lighting with the backlit halo lighting. So we have not changed the materials. We have not changed the lighting, the way it's lit, the way it's illuminated. We've actually added movement. And hopefully these icons are more of a representation of what the board was requesting of us previously.
Thank you, Stephanie.
A brilliant presentation. It's greatly improved. Thank you. Okay.
That concludes.
That concludes. Okay.
Yeah, well, again, we were instead of discussing which one we should present, we felt that they were both successful, and we hope you all like one.
They are.
Thank you.
And thank you. It's nice to have a choice in life. Yes. Thank you. Any public comment?
I have.
You're not the public, dear.
I don't see anyone on Zoom currently with their hand raised to comment on this application.
Do any board members have any disclosures to make on this application?
I was asked to meet with them, but I couldn't. So.
Okay.
No, I met.
Thank you.
I think I did.
Okay, seeing no public comment, we'll close public comment and move to board discussion. Nancy.
Okay, it's not, I like the sign. I think it's great. The bigger, the better. That is, I think, I don't know if we discussed this, but this is part of a very special area of the city where the signs have to be big signs. Well, in reviewing this project, I realized that some people have entered in to be a sign there, and it has not been the big sign.
And I can clarify. It is in the Lincoln Road Signage District, which allows
That's right.
for larger signs. It doesn't require larger signs.
Well,
so if someone wanted to take advantage of that larger size, which a lot of people do, right? Because, you typically the larger the sign for advertising purposes, the better. It requires coming to the Historic Preservation Board. But if someone wanted to put a smaller sign that's consistent with the overall district regulations, they would not be required to come to this board. It's only when they want to take advantage of these larger allowments.
I think it's a disservice to the signage. It's a very nice addition. Like they're talking about the part of the part of the buildings that we were talking about and the signs, that aside, it has nothing to do with it. I think that by allowing people to not be part of the big sign, that they shouldn't be in there. I think there's one. I'm not sure how many little signs are in there.
Yeah, currently the ordinance allows them to do standard signage, but if they want animation and they want blinking lights and these larger signs, they're required to come to the board. The ordinance would have to be changed to require them to do the kind of oversized, exuberant signage.
I think it's worthwhile. It's the best part of that area downtown where it is. Otherwise, there's nothing, dullness. And all of a sudden you get there and it really lights up and it shows off the city. People think that's a great place. But to allow these people to just creep in and be part of, I think I would even make a motion that be changed.
And the board can make that recommendation. I would hold that to the end. Talk about the specific application in front of you, and then you can definitely make that recommendation.
Okay, who wants to comment on this? We'll start with Barry.
Thank you. I think there's some great improvement. I like this option. I think I'm looking at option number one. I'll go with it either way. I did have a preference to not use the border around the rectangular border, but I go with it either way. I think overall it's an improvement. I did have a question, though, the last time this came to the board, and I don't know that I ever got clarity on it, that this lighting that's being used, this LED type lighting, is it brighter than the neon? And I don't think I ever received clarity on that.
So there's different products out there, and this is something that the city has experience with because we have modified some of city-owned properties with this type of technology, this LED technology. Technology has advanced significantly in this area, and I'm really, really happy about that. Because initially the LED neon replacement was very unsuccessful. There's a difference to the quality of the light. But the brightness can be adjusted and the color can be adjusted. So what we typically do at the permitting phase is actually require physical samples. Sometimes they mock up the lighting and we go out and look at it. It's more of an art than a science in terms of the adjustments that need to be made, and often, we can't tell what adjustments need to be made until it's in the on the building itself. So the technology is great. Is it 100% identical to neon? No.
Does the city have standards, criteria?
No, I've received some product samples from different manufacturers that I kind of gauge others by in terms of, we don't require a specific product, but in terms of the quality of the, I guess in your case, I believe you're using some of the tubing. Which is actually a great product. They're using it in Las Vegas now for some of that signage. Even their much older signs they're replacing. It is something that, in terms of our resiliency standards, is significantly better performing than neon. So we are open to it. But you're right, Barry. I mean, it takes a lot of adjustment in the field. And the proper product as well.
I'm fine with the design.
Can I comment on that?
Sure.
Hi. We would match the illumination level that exists. We are able to do photometrics so that we can take the light levels that exist and match them. This LED product is made by GE, and it mimics neon as closely as any kind of LED product can mimic. We're very confident that we could match the illumination levels and match the type of illumination that we were able to achieve with the existing neon.
Brilliant. No pun intended. Okay, moving right along. Laura.
Thank you so much for coming back. I love the updates. I love that it looks like neon, and I think all of us here, we want a successful long-term product. That's what the goal is, and balancing those operational and really the sustainability concerns definitely resonates with me personally. I think bigger is better when it comes to signage, and definitely makes more of a statement. And I love the thought and the explanation of the movement within the signage. So I'm a bit biased towards option 2, just because I think it makes more of a statement. But I think both options presented today are excellent updates. So thank you for taking the time and coming back.
Max.
Thanks. Yeah, I appreciate the commitment to sort of revising as we've been going along. I know this has been a bit of a haul. I'm supportive of the staff recommendation. I'm partial to option 1. So if that's a factor that we kind of discuss as a board, kind of if we see which one we're breaking toward. And my only other thought on this is, if as a board we're not able to accept one of these designs today, then I do think we need to get much more specific about what it'll take to secure approval. So this feels a little bit like bring me a rock. No, not that rock, another rock. We want to maybe get out of that one. So, thanks.
I like rocks. Okay, Nancy.
No, I'll pass. I want to be able to make the
motion.
The motion.
Okay. Thank you. I like option 1. I love the heartbeat. I love the stirring mortar and pestle. I think it's a tremendous improvement, and I wish you lots of luck. I love the border too. I agree with Laura. The bigger, the better. I would make it even more, but I'm not going to hold anything up. This is good. Thank you, Clerk.
I think it's much improved. I'm leaning towards option 1 because my feeling is it would accentuate the movement, maybe. But I'm going back and forth, so it's not that I'm opposed to option 2. I think it's great improvement. Great job. And, I think in this instance, in this district, you're trying to legislate creativity, right? There's great creativity in the signage that contributed to the culture of Miami Beach. And, it sort of felt like dealing with a corporate approach to that. I know is I think it requires a lot, and I think you all have stepped up with this and done a great job in responding to the concerns before, and it's much improved. So I'm personally most supportive of option 1.
Thank you, Greg. Rick.
Looks good. Thank you to the applicant.
Oh, boy, we've got a consensus here. Okay, anybody else have any last comments? Someone like to make a motion?
I'll move it.
Okay. Move.
And Nancy,
For
are you
which
moving
one?
with staff's recommendations, which is for option 1
Yes, that
with the heartbeat?
option 1 was what everybody talked about, right?
A second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that was
Any opposed? No.
unanimous, approved.
No, wait, are you with us? Or
Yeah.
Are there any opposed?
No.
No. Okay, so it was unanimous.
Okay,
Thank you.
congratulations.
Slow with that hand.
No more
Stick
signage for
around.
today.
No, but you got one more.
Oh, I think there's one before. Do you want to do it now?
No, we'll move on to Harding.
Thank you all.
Debbie,
Yes.
shall I make the motion that I tried to do before?
Oh, yes, you can make a separate motion to make a recommendation to the mayor and city commission that they consider amending the Lincoln Road signage district to require that applicants have signage that's consistent with the Lincoln Road signage district. That's your
That's
motion.
fine with me, yes. I'll move that.
Okay,
I'll second that.
okay. Any questions from any of the board members?
Just, the motion is to require all retail.
You want to be part of the big sign.
Within
Have
the
to be a big
boundaries of the Lincoln Road signage district,
That
which
they would have to comply with the maximum signage.
is Lincoln Road
Yes.
from Washington to Collins. That's the Lincoln Road signage district. Right now, it's an optional choice for anyone.
So for any new signs.
Should have to.
Any new signs
Signs would need.
would be required
I'm for
to
that.
comply.
Comply with the
Right.
largest.
Cool. Okay.
Oh,
It's
okay.
been made and seconded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Boy, we're just.
Mr. Pascal was absent
Unanimous
for
in
that vote,
everything.
but we're going to move. We're going to move along now. The next application is HPB 210460. This is 7510 Harding Avenue. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the partial demolition and renovation of the existing building and the construction of an attached addition, including variances from the minimum hotel unit size and required front setback. This subject building is located within the North Shore Historic District and the North Beach Conservation District overlay. The building was constructed in 1952, designed by Manfred Ungaro in the post-war modern style of architecture. What's interesting on page 11 of our staff report is you can see that the building was originally designed as a U-shaped structure with a central courtyard that occupied the entire space. During the initial construction, however, only the northern portion of the building was built. And then shortly after its construction, an attached two-story, four-unit addition, also designed by Ungaro, was constructed at the southwest corner of the site. So currently, the applicant is proposing to construct a two-story addition at the ground level and a small one-story rooftop addition as part of a redevelopment project that will include 49 hotel units and a rooftop amenity deck. In order to construct this new addition, the applicant is proposing to demolish portions of the 1956 addition. Staff has no objection to the proposed level of demolition. We would note that in addition to portions of the addition, the applicant is proposing to remove the exterior catwalks to create private terraces for the second unit. Staff is also supportive of that. We do have some recommendations with regard to the retention of the low stepped wall, which we believe was an original fountain feature. We would ask that that be retained and restored, and we have no objection for it to be restored as a planter feature. We understand there are maintenance issues with water features. So we're supportive of the new additions. We believe that the design of the additions will not detract from the contributing building. It's also important to note that the curved portion of the addition is consistent with the general idea of the original 1952 design that was never fully effectuated. We have some minor recommendations, including adding some additional masonry in that addition, which we believe would make it a bit more consistent with the character of the district. But overall, we're highly supportive. The applicant, as part of the certificate of appropriateness, they're also asking for a waiver for the on-street loading. They are required to provide loading once they exceed a certain threshold of hotel units. Considering this is an existing contributing building, their addition is going to be following what we believe was the original intent of the design of the building. There would not be opportunity to provide loading on-site, so we are recommending that the board waive the on-site loading and that the applicant work with the parking department to secure on-street loading spaces. With regard to the variance, there are two variances. One for the required front setback. The applicant is asking to reduce by 3 foot 9 inches the minimum required front setback of 10 feet. Staff is supportive of this. Again, this goes back to that original U-shaped plan, and we do believe that this is the most appropriate location for the new addition on the site, and we believe that presents a practical difficulty. With regard to the minimum hotel unit sizes, staff has outlined in our analysis that we do not believe the applicant has satisfied the hardship criteria or the practical difficulty criteria. It's important to note, since this property is within the Conservation District overlay, they already do receive a reduced hotel unit size compared to most areas of the city. Currently, the minimum hotel size would be, in most areas of the city, 15% of all units, a minimum of 300 square feet, and 85% of all hotel units would have to be greater than 335 square feet. In the Conservation District overlay, this allows for all units, all hotel units, to be a minimum of 300 square feet. So they do not have to meet that 85% at 335 or greater. So we do believe that these regulations that were relatively recently adopted do already provide an incentive for property owners that are constructing hotel projects on Harding Avenue. So we are requesting that that variance be denied and that the front setback be approved.
Thank you.
I'm available if you have any questions, and is also here to give a brief presentation.
Thank you, Debbie. Nick, do you swear?
I was just going to, I think there may be some new faces in the room I can swear in. So if anyone's not been sworn in yet, can you raise your right hands? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll provide today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tracy Slavens. My address is 701 Brickell Avenue, and I'm here on behalf of 7510 Harding LLC. I'm joined by the two architects on this team, Barry Berg and Rodrigo Vidal. We've worked together with staff over the course of the last few months to redesign our addition and make sure that the project we're putting before you today is one that hopefully you can approve today. As Debbie described, we will be rehabilitating the existing Sorrento Villas Hotel and are requesting a waiver of the loading and two non-use variances, one for the street frontage setback on Harding Avenue and the room size. I do have a presentation, if we could please load it up on the screen.
This is a rendering from the corner of 75th and Harding, which features the new addition on the south portion of the property. And as you can see in this rendering, we are preserving the original Sorrento Villas sign. Next slide, please. Here's a location and some current photos of the property. It's on about a 1/4 acre. It's zoned RM2, and we do have the 2 existing wings of the building with a courtyard in the center that is generally just painted concrete. The building was originally built in 1952, and it was last renovated in 2015. Next slide, please. Our historic resources report was able to find some original photos of the building. As you can see here, it has original coloring of white and light grays with railings and the courtyard feature. Next slide, please. This is the footprint of the building today that kind of maps out where we are. And the yellow area on the bottom of the screen is where there's some convenience parking today. That's the area where we would be proposing the new wing to the hotel, which mirrors the footprint of the original approved plan, which I can show you on the next slide, please. Next slide. These are not so easy to read, but these are the 1952 permit cards, which do show that the original Sorrento's design was a U-shaped building. What we are proposing today is to increase this property's capacity from the existing 21-room hotel that it is today to a 49-room hotel. Next slide, please. This is the variance slide to show you the street frontage. We have designed the new addition to follow the tangent of the existing building, which is also legally non-conforming, and staff has recommended approval of this variance. Next slide, please. This is the floor plan and FAR diagram. The building configuration allows us to propose hotel rooms that are vary in size but range from approximately 210 square feet to about 292 square feet. It's typical of a boutique hotel of this caliber, and we think that the room size will be the effective market desirable boutique hotel typical room, and that will allow us to spend what it will take to properly rehabilitate and add on to this property and preserve the hotel use that's here today. So with that, I'd like to introduce Rodrigo and Barry to walk you through the site plans.
Hi. Well, here you can see that we're trying to demolish in terms of the exterior as our intervention will be as minimal as possible in order to preserve the original facades of the building. Next slide, please. And the same in the second floor. You can see we are modifying only this portion of the roof also in order to accommodate the addition of the new wing. Next slide, please. This is showing in the elevations how this will affect the existing building. Same here. Same here. Same. There you can see the roof detail. Okay, keep going, please. Thank you. Here you can see the new first floor layout, because as we are preserving all the exterior, we are modifying all the interiors in order to have a hotel that will comply with fire code and with handicap accessibility, and it will be a double-loaded corridor hotel with a vertical course, an elevator, in order to work properly as a boutique hotel, as it was described. And also here you can see that we have the central courtyard, and we are defining the corner as the first original project envisioned, the site to be built, and giving a new rhythm to Harding Avenue that we think will be proper for this location. Next slide. You can see the same on the second floor. And this is the roof terrace. We put in some amenities there with the pool and a solarium, so that the hotel raises the quality. Our idea is that the hotel will be at much higher standards than what it is today in terms of the rooms and the amenities that we'll bring and the facility in general with the lobby and so forth. There will be some renderings at the end of the presentation showing this, but I would like Barry to explain now all the language issues that we had with this building.
Next slide, please. I'm Barry Berg. On the right, you can see the existing building, which we are restoring and rehabilitating and keeping all of its features, except for the stairs that were described earlier. On the left is the new proposal. It's higher because of floodplain issues. The language is really a synthesis of some of the other buildings you see in the North Beach area, which span from Art Deco to Streamline Moderne to post-war modern. And the banding of the windows is characteristic of some of those styles, as are the eyebrows and the sort of ship rail that we have on the top. Next slide, please. And you can see it wrapping the corner as an extrusion of the original plan. Next slide, please. And this is the other two sides of the building. Next slide, which are being kept as they are. Next slide, please. You can see on the right, we have painted exposed brick, tile roof, painted aluminum windows, and on the left, we also have painted aluminum windows. The glass railing is a leftover from a previous idea we had. We're not having any glass railings. We're having the metal railings. And then the painted stucco, and then the glass brick, which in discussion, I know that there has been a talk about introducing more masonry, but you'll see in the slide of the interior that it creates a really wonderful sense for the bathrooms. And we thought that by having frosted brick rather than modulated glass brick that would have reflections, that would be a better solution and attract less attention to itself. Next slide, please. And this is the other elevation, 75th Street. Next slide, please. And from this, you see the rooftop amenity, the pool. It's really a very constrained condition on the roof to be able to get around the pool and have a ramp for accessibility. So the idea of having something smaller is really not very practical. Next slide, please. And this would be the rooftop view. Next slide. A new lobby. There really is not much of a lobby right now. Next slide, please. A typical room with the features of, the kind of boutique hotel that we're striving for. Next slide. And then this shows the bathroom with the glass brick panel that really floods the room with light. It would be quite an unusual and nice feature to have a bathroom with natural light. Next slide, please. The courtyard, which is replacing sort of a heat sink. Right now, the L shape faces south and east, so the courtyard is going to be a wonderful, cool oasis. Next slide, please. And then this is the view from Harding. Next slide, please. That's 75th Street in the corner. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So as you can see, we've been very sensitive to the neighborhood character. We're trying to engage in the visual dialogue between all the various structures in the North Beach district. And we've really worked hard to enhance our street frontage and engage pedestrians on both Harding and 75th Street. We believe this design is compatible. The floor plan helps us to create a boutique hotel with a successful formula that will hopefully make this a destination. Today, the rooms at this location rent for about $65 to $100 a night. We're aiming for more of the over $100 to $150 a night, which we think will improve the quality of patron that we can attract, and we think it'll help to reactivate North Beach. So with that, we ask for your approval of all of our requests today.
Thank you very much for a nice presentation.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's see. Public comment?
I see no members on Zoom wishing to comment at this time.
And while we wait for the public, do any board members have any disclosures to make on this application? Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Daniel Serraldo with Miami Design Preservation League. And also, I forgot to mention in the beginning of the meeting that for the public, all of our positions are posted on our blog, so they can be reviewed at any time at mdpl.org. This project, we support the overall project with the caveat of the staff conditions and recommendations. It's a nice infill building, and it's also nice to see that it's not all glass like a lot of the new buildings that we see. That may have to do also with the position of the building on a pretty busy street. But the overall design does look compatible. I did want to mention two things. One is we'd like to know about the sign. It's a beautiful sign, Sorrento, and I didn't hear them talk about that, but I know it is in the plan, so maybe that could be mentioned. And then also the position of the sign, whether it would still be visible is something that might be good to discuss. And then finally, just a point about the railings, because we've talked about railings being changed by the fire code, and I think these were already changed in the historic building, but I was just curious in the future, are there other alternatives that could preserve these railings? Because a lot of the MIMO buildings, they have like these very interesting railings that are almost like French inspired, and now they're being replaced a lot with these very, compliant, but maybe not as compatible designs. So those are two minor questions, but overall we're very supportive of the recommendations.
Thank you, Daniel. Are we about signs?
Yes, if we could just jump to the first slide in my presentation, I can show you that we are keeping the sign and it will be in the same general location of where it is today. That first slide had a great image of it, if we could pull it up. Or not. It will be there. It is remaining. It will remain in the green with the white neon and white lettering. There, you can see it there in the center of the courtyard.
It's right here is the one I see it. The one I see it.
Sure, we got it. Thank you.
Do you have any, may not have seen it as carefully, any need to put signage, if I'm looking at the slide here on the left-hand side on that street?
We don't have any proposed at this time. We are using the front as Harding, and we're trying to, keep this a clean building. We know there's a mix of uses around us, so, we see this as a destination that requires one elegant sign. Preserving the sign that's there today, we think accomplishes the goals of making sure that people know that this is our hotel.
Thank you. Okay. Questions? Nancy?
Simple question. Are the palms, did you put them in or they were there?
We will be putting them in.
I applaud that.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Anybody?
Shade trees.
Wait.
Maybe I missed it, but did you mention what would be happening with the small statue that's by the stepped wall?
As of now, we are proposing to remove it.
Staff is recommending that it be retained.
Okay.
And we're open to considering that. Yeah, we either relocate it or put it somewhere else. And we'll work with staff on that.
Okay. All right.
I had some comments, and I like the design pretty much overall. I think it's sensitive to the area. I like that ship railing on the top. I do have concerns about that corner curved room, how that's going to work out. Looks nice, but I'm not sure I want to stay in that one. Not sure how that's going to work out. I have some kind of concerns about, the site is open now. Am I doing something wrong? Oh. The site has, it just seems like you're filling up almost every square inch. And where's this water going to go? That has a concern for me. And I am sensitive to staff's position that, I really like this curved wall that you've created, and I think it relates very much to the area. But it is almost just like a glass box. There's nothing that breaks it up other than the glass block, which I think is on the other side, on the interior, not on the street side. And I think the building could probably benefit from some solid massing. But I think it's a very fine approach. And where would this statue go?
We can relocate it into the lobby or the garden in the center courtyard. And again, we can work with staff to find the appropriate location for it.
And the only trees here are shade trees? I see on your site plan, page 32, that it indicates some things that look like shade trees. But is everything palms like what's in your elevation? Or are there actual shade trees?
We're using palms. I believe our landscape architect is on the line. Can you
I just see the medules that are probably going to make a mess on the sidewalk. But
he should be, but if he's not, I do have the landscape legend here. So our street trees are black ironwood and silver buttonwood on the roof deck. We have paradise trees, pigeon plums, silver buttonwoods, and then various large shrubs in the ground cover. And that's sheet L-0 of the plans.
So I'm looking at L1.
Yes.
And the palms that show on your elevation that Nancy asked, are you putting those there?
Yeah, it appears there's an inconsistency between
are those indicated?
Our rendering and our landscape plan.
So which are we getting?
We are open to discussion for that. Happy to take your input. It looks like on this elevation, on the landscape plan, I've got paradise. My street trees are black ironwood and silver buttonwood trees.
So I don't know what I'm.
So I don't see palms on the street. I apologize, Nancy, but we do. That's a delay in the rendering. So I apologize, but we're open to discussion for that as well. It sounds like there's various opinions on palms versus trees because of the shedding.
Palms are nice, but we do need shade.
Yes.
In this environment, maybe not today, but for most of the year, and I'd like to know what the landscape really is, and to be able to visualize it, and I would like to know and hear the other board members' opinions on the amount of glazing versus some masonry that breaks it up.
Funny you should mention that. I think it's in the recommendations from the staff that they interrupt some of that glazing and provide some more masonry.
Yeah, it just somewhat, I think as Daniel said in the public, that it's not another glass box, and it's not another glass block, but it is just this long, two long ribbons that I think could be more interesting. One more.
And we're open to working with staff on that as well.
Okay, who would like to go? Laura?
Thank you so much for the presentation. These Miami Beach motels are probably my favorite building typology because they're so humble, and I think they are at risk of eventually being lost. So I really applaud the developer for really taking the risk. It's a lot of risk to redevelop and adaptively reuse. It's very expensive to do these projects, and I definitely see the care and the thought that went into this development. I understand variance number 2. I think on variance number 1, did you guys model out what would be feasible at 300 square feet and exactly what that quantity would be and where that, I guess, pro forma ended up to make it not feasible?
We lose about a third of the rooms, so it really does cut into the projected revenue and economics behind the renovation. We feel that although the city the code seeks a 300 square foot room, we feel that for a boutique hotel of this kind can be easily desirable at a slightly smaller square footage.
Right. I mean, I personally am probably, I don't want to speak for the other members of the board, but I think that smaller units, if designed properly, would work. So I would personally be in favor of that for a long-term success of the project, and keeping in mind that you guys thoughtfully looked at the preservation of the existing building, and yeah, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks. I'll try to organize thoughts into the different areas of the project. Just one note on the rooftop, something that we've been seeing more of, I think, after the fact are like canopy structures on the roof. So I was wondering if that was something that we could address, now proactively, instead of waiting to come back later. It seems like an open area. I saw some planters, for trees on the rooftop, but it doesn't look like they'll have a lot of coverage. So if that's a need, if that's something that we could try to proactively address, if that would be appropriate to do so, or if it's something that we do have to wait until later. But just wanted to call that out since we've seen a few of those coming down. In the public comment, we heard about the visibility of the sign. It was something that I sort of picked up on. I mean, the main rendering shows pretty good visibility, but that's heading the opposite direction of traffic on Harding. The page 59 of the plans had headed south from north, and you see it's obstructed, but it's obstructed by the existing building. So it's not like it's something new there, but just if there's, I don't exactly have an answer on what to do for that either, unfortunately, but just thinking about the visibility of the sign, if it's something where it could inch out a little bit more toward Harding without running afoul of any setbacks or things, something of that nature, if that's a possibility. We were talking street trees. I think we might have some shade tree antagonists among us, but I would be in favor of shade trees, but I think that you've got the variance for the setback. We're dealing with kind of a narrow space. I think some pragmatism would say that palms aren't a first choice, but it might be what we get there, and better than just hardscape. In terms of the off-street, the waiver support of that, I think we can figure that out, especially on the 75th Street side. The setback variance, that one makes sense to me as well. It seems kind of inherent to the site, a feature of the existing building. I was having a hard time with the room size variance, but we just kind of talked about it. Describing it as a boutique hotel wasn't really, I didn't understand how that would fit in, but it's more about number of rooms, I think, in the revenue projection and enabling the restoration. I had a slight nit. I think we're not talking about quality of people based on how much they spend on the room, but the quality of the room is something that we get from the hotel, the boutique hotel, and I think that makes sense, and I can support that variance as well. And just wanted to make sure that I guess before saying full support, I assume that things like accessibility and ADA compliance for the smaller room side has already been contemplated. Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy.
I like the project very much. I think it's wonderful that you're doing a great service up there in North Beach. And don't worry if you can't put the palms.
Thank you.
Are you done? Oh.
You think I talk like all the rest of them?
Okay, I am in agreement with the staff. I think it's a very, very nice project, and I don't see any issues other than what they bring up, so I won't waste people's time further commenting. Kirk?
Okay, I have a few comments and questions. First of all, excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm trying to get a sense, and I'm not the architect again on the board, but first of all, I think it's a great project. I'm a North Beacher. I'm excited to see compatible infill. I'm excited for a lot of components of this project. I am concerned when, and Ungaro's a great North Beach architect. I mean, he's done excellent buildings. I'm a little concerned with I'm asking, I guess, for clarity for the roof line, because the existing building has this soaring, like, hip roof that has space, and it's free and open and light. And where you have the courtyard, the Harding frontage is nice. You know, you have a court, and there's no joining of the two building styles, but where you have the joining of the building styles, which in the rendering you had in your presentation, there was actually a palm tree that was sort of placed where that transition is.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to get clarity on how that intersection of the existing roof line with the new roof deck, which is taller than the existing building, of how that works, and how it doesn't look like Frankenstein, I'm hoping,
No.
in that one section.
No, it would not. We articulated, there's a recessed entry on the side street that articulates both facades, the existing one and the new one. Maybe
You can see it on one of the material sample slides. I think it should be slide 25-ish, if we can pull that up. Try slide 23. It gives you a good perspective into the meeting of the two buildings. Slide 23. There you go.
Yeah, you can see it there. That gap there is an entry, and also on the second floor there will be like some sort of an interior balcony to look outside.
So on the west side, the roof does get to finish its slope and
yes.
Yeah. Yes, of
Preserved.
course. Yes, it does.
Yes.
Okay.
The difference in height has to do with the water table, and that we had to, there's a difference in level in the first floor, as Barry described, between the existing building and our building. That's why we have some ramps inside.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification. I want to chime in on the trees because in the plant list, your landscape architect has proposed trees that are not giant, the black ironwood, pigeon plum, and I feel like those trees suit the nature of North Beach more than Medjool's. I mean, this is North Beach. It's not Bal Harbor Promenade, and I don't think North Beachers want it to be a Bal Harbor Promenade. So I would vote in favor of the trees on the actual tree list in the proposal. And so a couple of other, shade trees. Real native trees. That's always going to be my vote. I also want to talk about the setback because on principle, and one thing that I felt was lacking in this presentation was a comparison to the existing frontages of the other contributing buildings on Harding Avenue, and I think it's really important for a historic district to maintain the consistency, and that's not really mentioned anywhere here. I know that on this particular block facing Harding Avenue, there's really only two structures, right? And then you have the big curve because you're going into the original Harding Town site. So there's already a break in the rhythm of what's going on there, and I think that plays in your favor. At the same time, I feel like, and I know, like when the zoning was being put together, the idea was that the new construction doesn't upstage the contributing structures, right, and their setbacks. So either they were at a consistent setback with what the contributing fabric was, or in any case that they wouldn't upstage. And I don't have that information in front of me. I know. And I was actually looking on the property appraiser's map as this presentation was going, and there's an overhang on the building next door, so you can't really see what the street experience is. I mean, again, it's there's a break in the rhythm anyway because you're at the big curve on Harding Avenue. So, I'm inclined not to hold up the project, although on principle, I think that in the historic districts for new construction that we should hold the line on that. That's why that zoning was created that way. And I think, is that it? That's it for my long-winded comments, and I agree with staff's recommendation. And the last thing, actually, to unit size. There's a lot of discussion of the micro units that are going into town center. North Beach is going through a lot of changes, and a lot of it is very exciting. I personally, if we were going to make exceptions, I prefer we make those exceptions for contributing historic buildings like this one to be renovated rather than the new construction that's taking place in town center. So I am supportive of staff's recommendations across the board. Thank you. And good luck, and thanks for proposing this.
Staff is recommending denial of the room size variance.
Oh, well, I'm supportive of that, actually. all of the other conditions, I agree with staff on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, my positions are in line with Kirk's, actually. I think if there is a place for it, it's in this type of project. I also agree that that long ribbon window would benefit from having a little bit more masonry there. I think overall it's a very nice project. I guess if we had to wonder where that statue would go, I might encourage that it gets some natural light. So maybe it's towards the southern side of that courtyard, so that you can get some direct sunlight on it. But thank you for your project here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to move it.
And we'll need two motions, one for a certificate of appropriateness and one for the variance. So separate.
Which do you want first?
Whichever you prefer.
Okay. I'll move to approve the COA with staff's recommendations. Is there anything that needs further articulation, like trees? Do we need to duke out the trees?
No.
Since there's an
inconsistency. With staff recommendations, the tree plan would be consistent with what was
the actual tree list.
Correct.
In the plans, not the drawing.
Correct.
Okay. So I'll move it with that. Are there any other conditions we need to include? Anyone?
Was no one else concerned about the rooftop too?
I can't hear you, Max. I'm sorry.
Anyone else concerned about the rooftop and shade, or not so much?
I think you make a good point that it will eventually come back because they're going to want some shade.
Okay.
I thought those magnolias were going to provide some of it from the street. The sun is that direction. That'll be in a few years. I agree. It's a very valid point.
Yeah, but don't we have to look at design if we go into that? I mean, don't we have to look at the design and how that's actually incorporated? Yeah. So, I mean, if we include that in the COA, we're not, it's just.
Yeah, if it was something that was set back, that wasn't, that was out of the line of sight, that was minimal, we could likely approve that administratively. But like a large cover, like the ones, you're right, we've been used to seeing, that would come back.
Okay.
Now, it is a pool deck, and this is, so there may not be a need for large, expansive covering. There's no outdoor dining up here. That's where we really see the desire for these large coverings when you have, food and beverage, service businesses.
Are there any city rules about seeing, like, umbrellas from the street?
The small movable umbrellas that are collapsible, we don't regulate those.
Okay.
So that's my motion, is to move staff's recommendations.
I'll second that.
Okay, let me call the roll. Ms. Weinstein-Berman.
Yes.
Mr. Klein.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Litt.
Yes.
Ms. Liebman.
Yes.
Mr. Pascal.
Yes.
Mr. Lopez.
Yes.
Mr. Finglass.
Yes.
Okay, that motion was approved. Do we have a motion on the two variances, the unit size and the front setback?
Together or separate?
Together is fine.
Mr. North Beach.
You're all going to make me make the motion. I'm reluctant to be the mover of it, considering the front setback, but I'm going to support it.
I'll move to.
You got it. All right.
I'll move to approve the variances.
Okay, motion is to approve both requested variances. I will call the roll. Mr. Klein?
Yes.
Ms. Liebman?
Yes.
Mr. Litt?
Yes.
Ms. Weinstein-Berman?
Yes.
Mr. Pascal?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Finglass?
Yes.
Okay.
Second on that one?
Was that seconded by Max or no? Okay. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you.
Just a point of information, if I may, the first motion, they'll work with staff to create some masonry in
Correct.
those
That
ribbons.
is a condition in the draft order, which was adopted.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, last but not least.
Okay, we have one final application this afternoon. HPB 210480. This is 4000 Collins Avenue. An application has been filed requesting modifications to a previously issued certificate of appropriateness for the partial demolition of the existing building on the site and the construction of an attached ground level variance. The previous application also received a slew of variances. Currently, the applicant is requesting to modify a condition of the previously issued order. This is, in your package, you'll see photographs of the existing building. This was actually approved by the board in 2017. It is parking and a retail ground level. I will say, and I don't think the current applicant was part of this, but I will say that the building that the board approved came out beautiful. I really do. If you haven't been by there, it is very striking. Considering a large part of that building is parking, it actually turned out beautiful, and the quality of work was really nice. Well, fast forward to a new retail tenant, which is CVS. CVS is occupying the ground floor. They did come through the building permit system for the interior build-out. Because CVS was not involved during the original approval or original permitting of this building, It was advised to us that they were unaware of a condition, which was condition 1C1G in the 2017 order, which required all interior fixtures, including but not limited to shelving, partitions, checkout counters, shall be a minimum of 10 feet setback from any portion of the exterior wall fronting on Collins or 41st Street. So we were advised that CVS was not aware of that. Nonetheless, they did submit for a building permit that came through the city. They did not have that 10-foot setback in their building permit plans. It was, very transparent what they were requesting approved. That building permit was approved. Apparently that condition was also overlooked during the building permit approval process. We did notice the inconsistency during our inspections. We notified CVS, who cooperated immediately with us. They did try to shift some things around. They were requesting that the board allow them to come within 5 feet of the storefronts. Staff went out to the site. We looked around. There's photographs in your package. There is a good tint on the glass. There is a beautiful landscaping plan and a widened sidewalk that was part of this particular original approval. It is also, that 5 foot is also consistent with previous certain CVS stores and Walgreens stores. That 5 feet typically does provide adequate access for, pedestrian activity to circulate around the shelves. So we are supportive of this particular application. We do have a recommended condition that they cannot stack things or anything within that 5 foot area to ensure that there is transparency that is maintained into the store. And with that, we are recommending approval. I see a representative from the applicant is here who can probably explain it a little more clearly, but I am available if you have any questions.
Good afternoon again. Third application of the day, second.
Another
CVS.
sign?
No signs. Done with signs, at least for 2 months. So good afternoon again. I think, and again, for the record, Mickey Marrero, law firm of Burke Del Fernandez, Larkin and Tapenes, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, here again on behalf of CVS at a different location. I think Debbie did a fantastic job explaining it. I don't have a lot more to add, but if we could just get my presentation up on the screen. And while we do that, what I'll say is CVS is, by the way, they weren't part of the original approval. This is a building they later became the tenant for. They're thrilled to be part of this building. It is a fantastic building. There you see the building, an aerial shot. And there was a condition that CVS learned about later that required 10 feet separation between the storefront and the shelving. Oftentimes, the next slide, oftentimes that's a condition that's put in place, sort of a standard condition, when we don't know what the tenant's going to be and there isn't a floor plan. Having represented not only CVS but other retailers, when there is a plan that is provided to staff at the hearing level and it's appropriate and it achieves the desired circulation, and there's certain things provided like landscaping, like tinting, it is approved at a lesser amount. CVS came in, they filed a building permit, they did not construct anything without a permit, they weren't aware of the condition, and it was approved. It was approved, and it was built to the plans as approved. It's a 24-hour store. Making this change, go to 10 feet, would it have a dramatic impact on the functionality of the current built out of the store? If I could have the next slide. So again, here you see this is the building permit plans. They showed 5 feet. As Debbie said, it was just an oversight on everybody's part. There was not any sort of bait and switch. It was always 5 feet, and that's how it was built. Next slide. And here's some photos of what it looks like today. We believe, and I think staff agrees, that there's sufficient space there as built and as operational. Again, CVS didn't want to have to come to hearing for something like this, but changing it would have been a drastic change. These are all built into the ground, and the store is a 24-hour store. So we believe that regardless, it is still appropriate. It meets the intent of the condition. Frankly, I find this to be probably the easiest application I've ever worked on. Hopefully you all agree. And with that, I would ask for your approval. Again, built to permit, successful in its design, part of a fantastic building. Any questions that you have, I'm happy to answer. With that, I will conclude.
Thank you. Is there public comment?
I see no members of the public on Zoom wishing to comment.
Okay, seeing no one in the audience, so we'll close public comment, move on to board comment or questions.
I just kind of wonder how it happens between CVS, big corporate retailer, the architect, local architect they hired, and then what's the process when you bring plans to the city, and we've made this board's made an order. How does it happen that someone at the city level reviewing in planning misses it? I don't understand that. I mean, life happens, I know that, but how that kind of happens. You know, I guess stuff happens. I'm wondering, can it be made right in the future? What's the turnaround that these stores renovate? And could we require, when this store is renovated, that they follow the order that this board put in place?
Well, can I respond to that?
Sure.
I would say, and I don't know, not to put an order in front of you, but what's happened in the past is when we have a floor plan that is successful and that you all have a chance to review, that condition has been modified at the time of hearing. What happened here is, unfortunately, the project owner and the developer of this project didn't know who the tenant was going to be, so the condition was agreed as a standard condition, which is 10 feet. Had we been involved, the CVS been involved at that time, there likely would have been a floor plan, and we would discuss this condition then, and the board very well may have approved the 5 feet. It is a 24-hour store, and again, I don't believe anybody's offended by the 5 feet as it is today. Many other Walgreens and CVS's and other retailers, those come to mind for obvious reasons, have 5 feet. It's just when you submit a floor plan, you show you can make it work, you provide some of the mitigating factors Debbie mentioned, the board has approved.
Is 5 feet the standard?
You know, for anything that's going to obstruct view into the store, the administrative standard is basically 10 feet. And Mickey is correct. When a project is just coming to the board and they have a fixture layout and they have a floor plan, and we can, include conditions like no stacking of goods within that, then the board has been flexible in the past. And CVS, many of their stores where they have been the applicant for the construction, that's what they've requested and has gotten approved. Walgreens too has gotten 5 feet. So the standard varies, and it's a lot easier for us to be comfortable with the 5 feet if we see the plan. So typically these shell approvals where we don't know where the tenants, you'll see that as kind of a standard condition that we want everything at least 10 feet. We don't know, what their fixtures are like. We don't know what type of store it is. So, out of caution, we typically include that as a general condition. But I don't have any concerns with the way it has been constructed. But clearly, they are not able to pass their final CO inspection until they're consistent with this board's order, which is why we're...
And again, not faulting staff, not at all, because I think this is, when they looked at the floor plan, it worked. But when the original developer came in, the order was obviously looked at that time, all the conditions. This came in later. CVS, frankly, wasn't aware of it. They became aware of it at the final CO stage.
I understand that. I just kind of wonder on the review process, when someone pulls up this address to review it, it just, HPB order number, blah, 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 and requirements.
Those are good conversations to have. We're lucky that this is a rare occurrence, that this doesn't happen often. But in terms of having things linked more aggressively so that any permit that comes in under that address is linked to the HPP order, I think is would be helpful.
Okay. Would someone like to make a motion?
I've got to ask a question. I'm sorry. I'm supportive of staff's recommendation, first off, so I don't want to make anybody nervous. Second off, Disclosure, I did go and visit this site, not with anybody. And I just have to ask this question. So with the facade of the Continental, which is why I was dying to see how that came out, and there's like a gap between the operable windows and the actual facade. And I just have to ask about that because I look at it and it's driving me crazy. And I just, can I just show you that? I don't understand it, the way there's that big gap. And I just have to ask, I'm sorry. Is that finished? Is that the way that's going to be?
I believe, yes, it is finished. I have to look into the historic documentation because there wasn't a ton, but we did have some good photographs, and we've worked very closely with the architect. I think that's the way we determined that it was.
There's like a space.
There was a
between
grid.
The facade and the windows. You see what I mean, though, right?
Yeah, I can look into that and provide you with more detailed information.
Okay. Anyway, I'm happy to move this based on staff.
Well, then I have a question. In the future, would the staff require that it be 10 feet if someone else moved in?
No, if the order is modified to allow for 5 feet,
Well, then it's for 5 feet for
it
everybody.
would be 5 feet. Now, we would review the plans to make sure that, there's nothing that different from what CVS has in the new plans.
And just to, not to jump in, but the original condition didn't have the requirement that stacking not be there, so this further protects whoever would come in. But again, hopefully we plan on hopefully CVS being there for a long time.
I'll second the motion.
Could I ask a question?
Sure.
And I'm also supportive of staff recommendations, but and I know all these rules are in place, and when the little guy is like, hit with code enforcement and they have to take corrective action, it's a bummer. It's a big bummer, And so we have a big corporation here that all over town. What would it take for them to correct it? I mean, I know you said that everything's anchored into the ground. It's a 24 operation, so it would be, it would be a big bummer.
It would be closing the store for several days. It would be a significant impact. It's a 24-hour store. Again, I think everything is looked at case by case. Yeah. If it was a very egregious condition that really impacted other things, I think it'd be a different conversation. Thankfully, for all of us, the condition is benign, and in its application, it's worked out to work. If it was something that Debbie didn't feel comfortable with and you all didn't feel comfortable with, we might be having a different discussion and a different solution. Yeah. So thankfully, it is one that, but it would be shutting a store down that was built to permit for several days. It's not just that one shelf; it's the impact to the rest of the layout.
Yeah. No,
it's significant.
It's a big bummer. I mean, code enforcement is a big bummer. And if it wasn't, for staff's recommendations, I probably would, lean the other way. But we should remember this next time we have a little guy in front of us with a problem.
Okay.
Okay, so we had a motion and a second. Let me call the roll. Mr. Litt?
Yes.
Ms. Liebman?
Yes.
Mr. Klein?
Yes.
Ms. Weinstein-Berman?
Yes.
Mr. Pascal?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Finglass?
Yes.
Okay. Application approved. Thank you.
I have no more applications today. Neither do any of you.
Thank you for coming, and thank everybody for coming. And we therefore close. Oh, sorry, Kurt.
If I could, just for 2 seconds. I wanted to ask, especially on the heels of our wonderful discussion this morning with the DRB, I wanted to ask if we could put the pylon at 301 71st Street on our agenda officially. And I also would like to add the Keystone Corner facade building at 326 71st Street, both which were discussed ad nauseum as part of the North Beach planning discussion, which was many years ago, and there's been plenty of time for something to happen, and I'd just like to ask if we could officially put those two structures on the building, on the agenda, so they can be discussed in the daylight rather than being tossed around from DRB to whatever we discussed this morning. Is that okay?
The only thing I'd say is on 301, 71st Street is we're currently in litigation on that property. The City Commission affirmed the decision of the DRB to deny that application, and the property owner has appealed the City Commission's decision to the Circuit Court, and that litigation is pending. So,
but my
you
question,
can place it on an agenda. I just may give you more specific advice when it comes back up.
right? But my point would be that there's been no discussion as to the historic significance of that structure, and I think meanwhile, obviously we don't have any bearing on any litigation, but we could do our jobs at the same time and evaluate the structures in terms of their historical significance. The other thing is for the other building I just mentioned, 326, originally my understanding was the owner at the time, which Merabi was previously the owner, Nizam Kasdan was representing him, and he had intended on saving that structure, but that was many years ago, and currently there's a broken window within that building, and it's vacant, and I think that's also worthy. Do you know the one I'm referring to, Debbie, the rounded keystone facade?
I believe I'm familiar with that, yeah.
So I'm asking if we could just officially put those two on the agenda.
As discussion items.
Yeah, yes, so we could discuss it and maybe look into doing a review of the historical significance of them. But obviously, it needs to come as a formal discussion item before we can even get there, correct?
Yeah, I would like to provide, opportunity for the property owners to participate.
Of course, if that's okay with everyone. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all. I hope you all have a happy Thanksgiving. And I will see you in December.
Thank you. I keep them. Yeah, collect them. Well, thank you all. Goodbye.